पे इम्प्लीमेंट करायचं आहे.
Okay, so very good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Let me share my screen.
Good morning, sir.
Morning. Okay. So is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so let's resume this application. Let me open that folder. Yeah, so we are building this weather app in which we are making use of Redux. Okay, so in this weather application, what the things which we have developed is we are having one component which is weather component in which we have to display the weather, and we have defined its action, and this is your weather actions.js in which we are having a function which is referred as an action creator for that particular thing. Okay, so from this function we are returning one more function which is just fetching the weather from this service layer. Okay, and it is giving the response, and at the time when we are having the response, we are dispatching an action. And what is that action? That action is fetch current weather, and from our component we will dispatch this function whose name is fetch current weather. Okay, so instead of directly dispatching action from your component, we will dispatch this outer function fetch current weather, and from inside of this function we will dispatch our actual action, that is fetch current weather. And we have assigned one key with the name weather data, which is holding the response dot data. And for this thing, we have created this reducer. And initially, that state will be empty object, will be an empty object. And based on this action type, we are returning the action dot weather data. And inside this weather component, okay, we are having access to this dispatch function, and we are accessing this useSelector hook in order to have a state from our Redux store. Okay, so we have successfully assigned so we have successfully assigned this state into a variable whose name is current weather. Okay, so we are able to get this current weather. Okay, so now it's time to display the current weather value onto our component. Okay, so first of all, let me log this value on the console. I'm logging this current weather.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Can we, sir, at the 85th line, can we say that that state is a store, total store?
Yes.
From the store, we are accessing the weather. But, sir,
Yes.
in the store, we have the reducer. Then that we have to write that state dot reducer dot weather. But why we not
See,
write like that?
let me show you a thing. Let's not return this. Let's log this value on the console. Okay, I'm logging this complete state object on the console. And now let's run this application. npm start. Okay, so we are having this kind of object. Okay, we are having this kind of object on the console, and just see what thing we are having. This object is having a weather reducer. Okay, so why this is so? Because inside our store, where is our store? Yeah. So inside the store, we are assigning the root reducer, and that root reducer is having the weather reducer. So your store is having an access to this weather reducer. Okay. So inside your weather component, the state is having a key. The state is having a key whose name is weather reducer. So you have to write this key, which is weather reducer.
How
So
that skipping that reducer skip
is what?
in that store?
Hmm.
Simply go in that store.
Yes.
To access that root reducer, we have to we have key reducer, right? Then how
Yes.
can we
You
skip
are
that
yes. You are having a key which is reducer, but this key is having a value of what?
root reducer?
Root reducer. So internally, whenever your store is being defined, okay, this store will have an access to this root reducer. Okay. This
Directly.
store, yes, exactly. You are just assigning this root reducer into the reducer. So technically it will do what? It will read that object which is being assigned into the reducer key.
Okay.
Okay, so that's why again we are not writing dot root reducer, because that root reducer is again an object which is a collection of these reducers. Okay, so we have to access our individual reducer on that store object.
Yes. Sir, and one more question is there. Sir, use dispatch is returning the dispatch, right? Then, uh, uh, then we give the action to the dispatch method, which is inside that use dispatch. Then how this action inside that dispatch method is going to the action in the reducer. Uh, can we uh, can we have
Let's
some
see,
path there?
we are calling this dispatch function, and inside dispatch function, what I have passed, what is this thing?
Action.
Yes.
Action.
This
Object.
is
Object. Right.
not action.
Object.
No, this is action creator function. Okay. So this fetch current weather is an action creator function which is present in the weather actions.js. Just see, we are dispatching this function, and this function is returning this inner function. Okay. So we are having access to that dispatch function inside this inner function with this argument whose name is dispatch. So this dispatch is having the reference of the same dispatch function, okay, which is there inside our component. So we are dispatching this fetch current weather. This function gets executed. This means this outer function will be executed, and inside this outer function, this inner function is being returned. So internally, this inner function, when this inner function will be called, then it will fetch the weather, and it will again dispatch this actual action, which is fetch current weather. And if you are dispatching any action, then it's the Redux implementation to just search for its and then it will call the defined reducer. For this case, fetch current weather, it will return action dot weather data. So this
Huh.
action dot weather data will become your state.
Right. This that action contains the uh, object that
Exactly.
type and which content type and that
Weather data.
weather data. This how this going to assign to the that action. Uh,
See, what we have seen in last session is that action is actually is an object. Okay, an action is an object, and we can assign a key that is type, which is containing the name of that particular action. But we are not limited to this key type only. Okay, we are not limited to this type key only. You can assign your own key value pairs also. So in this action object, there is one key which is type, and there is one more key which belongs to my own data. Okay, that is weather data, is assigning the response data. And why I'm saying that this is an action object, because of this type key. And I have passed this action object into the dispatch. And it's the internal working of the Redux that whenever you are dispatching any action, the control will be given to this reducer. Okay, it's the internal implementation. Whenever you are dispatching any action, control will be given to the reducer, and this reducer function will have an access to this action. This means this argument action will be assigned this object which we have passed inside the dispatch.
okay, sir.
Yeah. So
Thank you, sir.
inside our weather component, we are having this state dot weather reducer. And again, let's open the console. So you can see this time, instead of that instead of that complete state, I'm logging that state dot weather reducer. So we are having this kind of response from our Redux. And suppose inside any other component also, if you want this current weather data, what you can do? Yes, if inside some another component we need this data, what we are supposed to do?
Then that selector, use that
Yes,
selector only.
Use
exactly.
selector.
Just write the same use selector.
Hook.
Okay,
Use
you will
selector.
get that data. Right. So let's return this thing which is state dot weather reducer. So I'm just return state dot weather reducer. So just try to look at this callback, which I'm highlighting. How many statements are there inside this callback? Yes,
One.
Only one.
only a one statement we are having. And that one statement is containing the return value. So can we make this callback function look more simple?
Yes.
Yes. Just erase this return and remove the curly braces, and you are done. See, Nitin, we are just continuing that last application which we are building in the last session, which is the weather application. Okay, then after it, we will start some the new concepts. Okay, but just before it, let's complete this application first, and then we will see our remaining concepts. Okay. Okay, so I have assigned this thing into, I have returned state dot weather reducer, and let's assign a const current weather is equal to this. Okay, so we are having the value of current weather into the variable. Okay, so where this current weather is getting its value from the Redux store. Okay, so let me write a comment that current weather current weather variable is its value is getting its value from the Redux store. Okay, now what we have to do, so we have to display the current weather value. Okay, we have to display the current weather value inside our components HTML. So now let's make this thing happen. Yeah, so we have to uncomment this thing, and let me take out this thing outside the comment. Okay, so just below this container, I'm creating one more container, and in that container, I'm just writing that code. Okay, but inside this function component also, first of all, we need to check that if weather is fetched or not, because on initial load, what will be the state which we will get? Yes.
Initial state value.
Yes, initial state value. And that initial state value will be an empty object. So do you think that at the initial load, our current weather will be having key like dot current, dot condition, and dot temperature?
No.
No. Okay. So here also we need to write a condition. Okay. So how we are implementing such scenario inside a class component? So we have implemented one state. Okay. So initially we are maintaining one state which is weather fetched. See, in this class component, please turn off your mic. Yeah. So inside this class component, we are maintaining one state is weather fetched, which is having initial value false. Why we are maintaining this state?
For initial.
Yes, just to avoid displaying the temperature or the weather layout at the initial load, because you can see initially the weather is an empty object, so we have to avoid displaying that data because initially that object will not contain any key value pair. So initially is weather fetch will be false, and once when we are ready with fetching the data, so this is weather fetch will become true. So the same functionality needs to be implemented inside this function component also. But do you think that is weather fetched state should be the local state of this component, or it should be there inside our Redux store?
Inside Redux store.
Local.
Yes, it is going to be the local.
Local.
Okay. Why, Himal, you are thinking of it to store inside the Redux store? Yes, Himal.
Sir, no, not get.
Okay, so we are supposed to store that data into the Redux store that will be used globally, okay, within few components. If there is some data which is local to this component, then it is not required to maintain that data into the Redux store. Okay, so you have to look into this factor. Okay, so what will be your deciding factor in order to use that Redux store? Only store that data into the Redux which is being used by each and every component, or let's say few components. Okay, if there is some data which can be usable by few components, then just make sure that data is there inside the Redux store. Okay, but if there is some data which is being local to this component, like if weather is fetched or not. Okay, so this data is a local data for this component only. Why other component need that data if weather has been fetched or not? There is no such kind of thing. Okay, so you can maintain a local state for that, for this thing which is weather fetched. So in any React application, you can still have your local state, and you can also go with the Redux state. Okay. So for the local state, which thing we are going to use? So we are going to use this use state, and let's assign it into a state. So is weather fetched will be the name of state, and what will be the name of function? Set is weather, set is weather fetched. Okay, so what value we have to pass inside the use state?
False.
Yes,
False.
initially we have to pass the false. Okay, and whenever we are done with fetching the data, what we have to do? We have to just call this function whose name is set is weather fetched, and just pass a new value into it that will be true, and just apply this condition. Okay, just apply this condition. Do we need to write this dot state?
No, we are in function.
No.
Yes. So directly write is weather
Yes.
fetched. Okay. So if is weather fetched is true, then this means we have to display this container. And again, where we are writing this dot state, we need to write current weather. Okay, because we are having the Redux data into a variable assigned whose name is current weather. So instead of this dot state dot weather, we need to write current weather. We have to remove this thing also. Yeah. So instead of writing again this dot state dot weather, we have to write this current weather. Okay. Yeah. So we are done with it. And now again, let's open this application. So you can see this time we are having the data of the Delhi. And what if I'm changing the value inside this fetch weather function? Let's say I'm assigning one city name, let's say Chennai, and I'm again saving this. Okay, so you can see this time we are having the data of Chennai. Now we have implemented one more functionality of a form. Okay, so all the thing will remain the same. Okay, so that entire thing is going to remain the same, but the action will be remain the same. Okay, but we have to dispatch this action on the submit event of that button. Okay, see, as of now inside that weather component, let me show you that form. Okay, so in this form we are calling this handle submit function on this submit event, and that handle submit function. Okay, and that handle submit function is having such kind of logic in which we are calling directly the service function, but this time we have to dispatch an action at the submit event. Okay, now I would request you guys to implement this functionality whenever a submit button is clicked. Whenever a user is going to click a submit button, you have to dispatch an action. Okay, this means what actually we are doing inside the use effect will go inside on submit also. Okay, you have to dispatch the current weather, but your action is going to decide that which cities weather we want to fetch. Okay, so inside our action I have just given this hard coded value. Okay, so every time we have to avoid the hard coded value inside the action. Okay, so what we can do is inside this fetch current weather function, let's take an argument of the city. Okay, and just assign this argument, just pass this argument inside the fetch weather function. So this means what? Whenever we are dispatching this fetch current weather, from here we have to pass the city value. So on the initial load, okay. So on the initial load, I'm passing the city name as Delhi. Okay. So this Delhi string will be assigned into the city argument. Okay. And based on that city, we will have the current weather. Okay. So you can see at initial load, we are having the data from Delhi. Okay. So will you try this thing on the on submit event, or you guys want me to create that functionality?
Sir, that on that submit event, only we have to write that 19th line dispatch only. By
Yes.
giving that.
Exactly. You just need to call this a dispatch with city value, which will be
Yes.
fetched from the form.
Yes.
Let me do one thing. Let me integrate this thing inside this weather component, and you have to implement the same thing inside that news application. Is it okay for all of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So just before this container, I want one more container which will have our form. Okay, so we must have that form in the comment section. Yeah. Okay, so let's format this thing. Yeah. So format this document, and this time we just simply cannot write this dot handle submit, because this handle submit is going to be a normal function. That is, this is not a class function. Okay, so we have to define this function whose name is handle submit. And yeah, and for this on change event also, okay, we just have to define this handle change function. And what do you think? Inside a class component, we are assigning form data into the state. Do you remember that thing? Yes or no? Do you guys remember that thing?
Yes.
On change event, we are assigning the input field value into the state. And at the submit event, we are getting that data from the state.
Yes, sir. Yes.
See, we are having the state with the name city, and that city is having initial value which is blank, and on change event we are just reading the value e dot target dot value, and we are assigning this thing into the state. Okay, so what do you think, if inside this function component also we need to assign the state, we need to assign the city value into the state or not?
Yes.
Yes, we have to assign the form data into the state, and where we have to maintain that state, inside Redux store or in a local state.
Sir, in local, because the form is our local.
Exactly. So
Sir,
we
can you please
have to-
explain why we store it in local?
So see, this form is being displayed into which component? Weather component, yes or no?
Yes.
So this form data is made for which component?
Local.
Yes, for this current weather component only. Why other component is in need of the city value? Is there a thing which in which other component will need this data of the city?
No. No.
No. So is
So,
there any logical reason behind keeping this thing inside a Redux store?
no.
No. So what will be your deciding factor of keeping that data into the local state or into the Redux state? What will be your
Into
deciding factor?
Into the local state.
The data which is common for all component will store on store.
Exactly.
The data which is constrained for that component only, that will store in locally.
Exactly. Okay, so that will be
Okay.
the deciding factor. Okay. So let's do one thing for this local state. Again, I will create a state. Okay. So for the city value, again, I will make use of use state. And inside this use state, just initialize your state with initial value with a blank and const city and set city. Okay. So the name of our state is going to be the city, and this function to change that value will be the set city. And we have to define two functions. One will be your handle submit, and one will be the handle change. So const handle submit will again be a callback function, and that callback function, this means this arrow function will have an access to that submit event object. So first of all, we have to prevent the default functionality. So just call this function whose name is prevent default. Okay, then after we will get that city value and we will dispatch another action. So again, just define one function whose name is handle change. And again, this handle change will have this event object, and how we can get the value from this event object e dot target dot value. So on this handle change function, which function we have to call?
Set city.
Exactly.
Set of
Yes, we have to call this set city, and which value we have to pass e dot target dot value. Okay. So now at the submit event, how we can get the form data? Just read the value of city. Okay, so you will get that city value. Okay, and we have to dispatch an action. So if you want to dispatch an action, then again you need to call this dispatch function, and again you have to call this function whose name is fetch current weather. So this is your action function, and inside this function, which value we have to pass?
City.
Exactly. That is inside your city state. So I have passed the city value. And now, from your form, on the on submit event, I'm referring this handle submit. And yeah, on the on change event, I'm referring to this handle change. Okay. So now let's open this application and let's check if everything is working fine or not. Okay, so I'm entering the name of city as Mumbai. Okay, so you can see we are having the weather data of Mumbai. Okay, so let me write a name as Nagpur, and you will be able to see the current weather condition of Nagpur. Okay, so this is how we are going to make use of the Redux for the form submission and to get the data also. Okay, so you can see in this application we have dispatched the same action on the initial load also and on the submit event also. Okay, so is it clear to all of you?
Sir, in class, we instead of use the dispatch, we have just dispatch with the
Exactly.
function.
Yes.
We have to write the whole function there. Dispatch.
See, inside any class component, if you want to call this dispatch function, then what you have to do, let me show you with an article. See, if we want to create a Redux state inside any class component, then there are some different mechanism. Okay, you have to follow that different mechanism. Okay, you have to use this connect function in order to make use of the Redux for the class component. Okay, so this is the implementation which you need. So I may just give this link. So this article will take you through that how we are going to use the Redux into the class component. But in any real-time application, most of the time you will be using this function component, because we are having all the functionalities of a class component into the function component. Okay, so let me write this link for you inside that text file. Okay, and there is one more article for this, that how we are going to use Redux in a class component. See, in this example, they are having this complete folder structure. You can refer to this. They are again having that same example of increment and decrement. Okay. So this is the same thing which we have done inside our application. Okay, and they may have these function component and the class component also. Yes, so this is a normal function component. Okay, so in function component you are using this kind of thing, which is the use dispatch and the use selector, and they have also implemented one class component. Let me show you that. Yeah. See, inside any class component, if you want to make use of the Redux state, then you have to go with this connect function. Okay, you have to go with this connect function, which is the part of Redux, which is the part of this React Redux. Okay, so I would like you guys to have a look at this article. Okay, in which you have to follow these steps in order to use Redux inside any React class component. So based on this official documentation, you can read some content in this official docs, and after that you can refer to this article completely. So we have developed that scoreboard, okay, in which we are having increment and decrement actions. So they have created the class component as well as function component. Okay. So you have to use this connect function. Let me give you a hint for that. So connect function of React Redux will be used to implement the Redux functionality in class components. Okay, so you need to explore this function, which is the connect function. Okay, so this is how you are going to deal with the Redux in order to dispatch any action to your reducer. Okay, so now let's move on to our next concept. Just closing this application. Let's create a folder. Okay, so in this session, we are going to explore a concept. First of all, we will discuss about the concept of refs. Okay, and then after this, we will discuss something about error boundaries, and then after it, we will discuss a concept of composition and specialization. Okay, so these are the things which we have to explore in this session: refs, error boundaries, and composition and specializations. Okay, so now first of all, let's just get started with the concept of refs. So by reading its name, what idea you are getting? Refs is representing what?
Reference.
Reference. As it is, the name is suggesting that refs is just a reference to any component. Okay. So ref is just a reference to any component or to any React component. It may be your function component, or it may be your class component. Or we can say that ref is just a reference to any React component or any DOM element. Okay, so you can make changes to that React component or to the DOM element using the concept of refs. Okay, so instead of assigning the ID and getting object based on the ID, instead of doing that thing, we can just simply assign a reference to any React component or to any DOM element. You can give a reference and you can manipulate that thing using this refs. Okay, but what this refs is actually doing, so basically if you look at the concept of refs, it is manipulating your DOM uh, when your page is going to be loaded. Okay, so refs are used to manipulate the component, or you can say any DOM element. Okay, if you don't want to use the state or re-rendering, then you can directly make use of ref and you can change their content. See what actually we are having as of now. We are just assigning the data into the state, and we are just changing the data of the state, and at the change event of that state, the render function is again calling. Okay, but if you don't want a re-rendering of your user interface, then you can directly make use of refs. But it is never ever recommended to change your state and props lifecycle to this refs kind of thing. Okay, see, according to the official documentation for this refs, what they are actually trying to say. So let me search for this refs in React.js. See what they are saying about this refs thing. So refs provide a way to access the DOM nodes or to or the React elements created in the render method. Okay, so we all know that we have to create all the elements inside the render function, inside the render method. Okay, so whenever you are having any element, okay, whenever you are having any element, you can assign a reference to it, and using that reference you can access that particular element, and you can change its data and you can manipulate its data. Okay, so now what they are saying about that, when to use the refs. So managing focus, text selection, or media playback. Managing focus means what? Suppose you are having an input field. I hope you might have seen that whenever you are seeing any form, you are having any form, let's say any login form or any registration form or any sign up form, input field is getting a focus. Have you seen that thing? That particular input field is getting highlighted either by
Yes,
differentiating border or something.
yes, border.
Exactly. So that is the one use of the ref. Okay. So managing focus, or the text selection or a media playback. Suppose you are having let's say video tag, or you are having an audio tag. Okay, and if you want to play that video or that audio onto some event, okay, then you can use the concept of ref. Okay, this means let's say if you are having lots of videos displayed on your screen. Okay, there are lots of videos which you are displaying, and on the scroll event, whenever that video is being reached up to that particular scroll amount, then you need to start that video. Okay, based on certain scroll event, you have to start that video. This actually happens in Instagram or YouTube or the Facebook. Have you seen that thing? When you start scroll, when you are scrolling the Facebook post or Facebook or Instagram feeds, and when that video is into your frame, then only that video start playing. Have you seen that thing?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes.
Yes.
Sir.
So based on certain event, you if you want to start some video or some audio, then you can make use of this ref. Okay, like if you want to trigger some imperative animations. See, we are having two kind of approach in the React application. One is the declarative and one is imperative. You have to understand these two approaches, imperative and declarative. So one approach of building the application is declarative, and one approach of building any application is imperative. So declarative means what? Directly, we are not writing we are not writing any logics. Okay, this means directly we are not making things to happen. Directly, we are not instructing, or let me write this as directly we are not making things happening. Like what we are doing as of now, are we manipulating the DOM by ourselves inside any React application? Have we implemented DOM manipulation in React.js?
No. No, sir.
No.
No. But what do you think, that DOM manipulation is there or not?
Yes, it is there.
Yes. How it is there?
That is by default.
We can use a document object.
See, the concept of routing is doing what? Routing
Yes,
is doing
yes.
what?
Based on URL,
Just,
component is open.
Yes, it is just removing the previous component and it
Yes,
is
yes, yes.
displaying the new component. Then
Yes.
actually it is internally manipulating your DOM. Okay, by just document dot remove element or document dot remove child, it is doing that same kind of thing for you. But in this React.js, which approach we are following by default? The declarative approach. Okay, so if you are following the declarative approach, then directly you are not manipulating your application. Directly we are not writing any logics for the DOM. Okay, for any kind of thing, we are not directly making our logics. Instead of that, we are just declaring that what we want. We are just declaring that if URL is base URL, then please display the home component. If URL is slash about, then display the about component. If URL is top headlines, then display that top headlines component. So instead of manipulating DOM by ourselves, we are just making it declarative. Okay, we are just instructing our React application that what we need to do. Okay, so instead of writing the actual logic, we are just doing the declarations. Like in the state also, we are just assigning that the state is having a new value, then this will internally manipulate your DOM. Then it will internally refresh your DOM. Okay, it will internally change the elements value. Okay, so in React.js, we have to work in the declarative approach. This means directly you are not supposed to write any logic. Directly you are not supposed to do anything. Okay, so this is a declarative approach. But opposite of that, we are having the imperative approach. Imperative means what? Directly you will manipulate the DOM. Directly you will write all the things, like for the handling of the click event. In normal plain HTML, what we are doing? We are accessing on click event and we are manually calling a function. But what about React.js? In any event like on click, are we passing the function or we are calling the function?
Always function only.
Calling.
Passing,
We are passing the function.
Yes.
This means we are working declarative or imperative.
declare it.
Declarative.
Yes, we are working declaratively. Okay, so if in plain HTML is considered, then you are working imperatively. Everything, every functionality will be defined by a developer. So this is the thing they are trying to say, that triggering imperative animations. So if you want to make animations by yourself, then you can make use of ref. Okay, or if you want to integrate any third party DOM libraries, okay, then you can make use of the refs. Okay, but these are the few things in which you can make use of ref. See, one important point is there. Avoid using refs for anything that can be done declaratively. Okay, you have to keep this point in your mind. See, for any application, refs is not just like a concept that you will use it more frequently. No, okay, because in React.js, everything will be done declaratively, but still there are some things which needs to be done imperatively, like managing focus or the media playback or for the animation, or when you are stuck into a scenario where you need to manipulate the DOM by yourself. Okay, so in that case only we will make use of the ref. Okay, but it is never recommended to use the ref whenever you are having any task which will be done declaratively. Like if you are changing the state, see, one thing is there, there is a concept of state in any component. If you are changing the state, then your UI will be rendered again. We have seen that. But one way of doing that thing is what? Just have a reference, and using that reference, just write inner HTML equal to this. Yes or no? In DOM manipulation, can we change the content of any HTML element?
No.
Yes. No. Array in DOM, in HTML, can we use DOM manipulation?
Yes.
Yes.
So
Document
in
part.
React also, what React is doing, it is also manipulating your DOM internally. But if you want, you can also write DOM manipulation code by yourself. But if for any task, if you are having a state and if you are having DOM manipulation, so what will be the recommended way? What will be the recommended way of doing that thing? Using a state or using a DOM manipulation?
State.
Yes,
Using state.
using a state, because that state will be a declarative approach. You don't have to do DOM manipulation by yourself. Okay, so you have to keep this point in your mind, that for any task, if you are having that thing declaratively, then please don't ever use this concept of ref. Okay, see, for example, let's say if you are having a dialog box. Okay, so that dialog box, if you are having one dialog component, okay, dialog components means like a alert. Okay, so we need to show this dialog, or we need to close this dialog. So to open this dialog, if we are asked to maintain a state, like if that state name is open. Okay, if you want to open this dialog, just set is open to true. Okay. If we want to close this dialog, then just set is open to false. So which approach is this? Imperative or declarative?
Declare it.
Yes, declarative. So it is never recommended to use the concept of ref to open this dialog then. Okay. So what will be the imperative approach? So instead of using the state is open true or is open false, you are writing directly the DOM manipulation to open the dialog box. Okay. So if you want to avoid that particular thing, if you are having the state to deal with this dialog box, then it is never recommended to go with the concept of ref. Okay. So see, they are saying that don't overuse the refs. Okay. Your first inclination may be to use refs to make things happen in your app. This means if you want your own DOM manipulation or things work in your own way, then you are making use of refs to make the things happen imperatively. Okay. So this means don't just overuse the concept of the refs. Okay. So this is the thing which you have to remember. So but if you want how we can make use of the ref, how we are able to create a ref. So say that React is having a function whose name is this create ref. Just call this function and you will get a reference, like assign it into any variable, and you have to pass one attribute, that is ref, and assign your created reference into that particular ref. Let me show you with an example. uh, so let me create one application. So npx create React app, and I'm creating one application, that is, for example, ref demo. So first of all, we will make use of this ref in order to make our input field getting a focus.
Sir, but that we are doing now using the React Bootstrap also.
Yes, definitely. See, things for the ref are being totally imperative. Okay, if you want to make it imperative, then you can make use of it. There may be a case where suppose you are not using Bootstrap. Okay, you are having your own responsive CSS. Then in that case, you have to go with the concept of refs. This is not like that everyone will use the Bootstrap. Okay, this is not the case. There are some organizations, they have written their own CSS. Okay, they are not simply relying on some other libraries like Bootstrap. Okay, so we have created this application, and let's open this application in VS Code. Yeah. So inside the SRC, let's create a custom component, and I am naming this component as, for example, my component .js. And for this component, I'm creating one class. So export class, my component will extend. Let's do one thing. As of now, we are directly uh, importing this component class. So instead of importing this component class, what I will do is I will first of all import this complete module. Okay, I will import this complete module as, for example, React. So just import the React from React and then write the module name dot class name. So our module name is React, then dot class name or the function name like React dot component. You can do this thing also. So instead of directly importing this component class, I have imported its container. I have imported its complete module. Then I'm referring it as React dot component. Okay. So now inside this component class, I'm creating one constructor and just call the super. And let's have a render function. Okay. And that render function will return a user interface. So now from inside this render function, I will have any HTML element, like for example, I'm having a division. Okay. See, if I want to give it a reference. Okay, let's say I want to make some operation on this division. Okay, I want to manipulate its DOM. So for that purpose, what we are doing in normal HTML, in plain HTML, we will assign it an ID, and based on that ID, we will fetch an object of this by document dot get element by ID. Okay, but for that thing in the React.js, we have to go with the concept of refs. Okay, so just assign a prop which is ref, and first of all we have to create a reference. Okay, we have to create a ref. So again we have to use this React. Actually this React thing is a namespace. Okay, in that namespace we are having this class component. So React dot, you have to write, you have to call one function that is create ref. Okay, so this function will return a newly created reference. Okay, it will return a newly created reference. Assign it into any property like this dot div reference equal to this, and just pass this dot div ref into the ref prop. Okay, so I'm just assigning that this dot div ref. Okay, so div ref is just a property. Okay, this is a class level property in which I have assigned this create ref. So this function will just initialize a reference and it will assign it into div ref. Let me show you one thing. I'm just logging this dot div ref. Okay, in the constructor, I'm logging this dot div ref, and in the render function, this div will be executed. This div will be displayed, and it will have a reference like this dot div ref. And let's run this application. So this dot div ref will become an object of this particular div element. So just write a command npm start. Okay. Oh, so I just forgot to display this my component onto the app. So let's remove this entire thing from the app component, and let's just simply display my component. Yeah. So we are having one division, and let's inspect this. Go on the console, see what thing we are having for this dot divref. So for this dot divref, I'm having one object. Okay. So just expand this object. You can see we are having one property which is current, which is holding an HTML element which is div. Okay. So let's say if inside this division, if inside this division, I'm just having one HTML element that is h1. Okay, let's say inside this h1, I'm displaying hello world, and instead of naming this as div ref, I'm just assigning it as my ref, so that we can make use of it on any HTML element, my ref, and just assign this reference to this h1. Now this dot myref will refer to which thing?
Hello world.
To hello world or to this h1?
H1.
H1
To
component.
this h1. Okay. See, this time what thing we are having?
Current object is null.
See, we are initially at the initial load, the constructor has been executed. Okay, then we are having our element rendered on the browser. So this current is pointing to which thing? The h1 element. Okay, so this basically is an object. So reference is an object which is holding your reference to that particular HTML element. So if you want to make changes, okay, if you want to make changes into that particular element, then this dot my ref you have to use. Okay, let's say on the click event of a button. Okay, on the click event of a button, if you want to manipulate this h1, then you can use this dot my ref. Okay, just go with this dot my ref and you will get few functions in order to access that. Let me show you a thing. Let's do this thing on let's say on click of a button. Inside this division, I am having a button, and that button should have a type equal to button, and its value will be like click me, and there will be one event which is on click, which will take a callback function. So let's pass that callback function like handle click will be equal to such kind of arrow function, and just pass this dot handle click. Okay, so now inside this dot handle click, I'm just removing this console log from this constructor, and inside this handle click, just write a reference like this dot my ref, and you are having one property that is current, and using that current you can manipulate this particular element. Okay, you can make use of this current property to have an implementation. Okay, to have a DOM manipulation over that. So first of all, on the handle click event, let's log this value at what actually we are getting for this current thing. Okay, so let me refresh it. Yeah. So we are having this button, and now I'm clicking on this click me button, and this time you can see we are getting a complete element, which is this h1 element, and now you can manipulate its DOM. Okay, now you can easily manipulate its DOM. So this is how you can get a reference of any HTML element you want. So this is similar to document.get element by ID in plain HTML, but it is never recommended to change the content of any element. Okay, using the refs concept. Okay, so now let's do one more thing also. on the click event of this button, okay, on the click event of this button, let's say instead of this H1, I'm going to have one input field. Okay, so I'm having one input field like input type equal to text. Okay, and for this input type equal to text, I would like to have one on change event. Okay, let's say instead of on change, I would like to click this button. So whenever user is hitting that particular button, I would like to focus this particular input field. Okay, so now which element will get a reference, this button or this input field?
Input field.
Input
Yes.
field.
So
Yes.
assign a ref like this dot my ref. Okay, so now on the click event of this button, just have a reference this dot my ref dot current and just call a function whose name is focus. Okay, so now someone is going to click this button, this input field will get a focus. I'm refreshing it. Okay. So you can see we are having one input field and a button, and I'm clicking on this button. You can see this input field has a focus on it. Okay, so now you can use this ref and form validation also. How this thing is going to work, let's say if any field is missing its value, just have a reference and make it focus. Okay, so this is the concept of ref, using which you can refer to any HTML element, and you can operate and you can write any operation onto that particular HTML element. Okay.
Sir, can we assign this my reference to any other?
No, 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 no.
only-
Each element will have a unique reference. Okay, if you are changing, this means you are overriding that.
Okay.
Okay.
If we have 5 elements in
Then
a,
you must have 5 references.
okay.
This means you have to create 5 references inside constructor. Like React dot, you have to call this function 5 times.
So can you explain again that React.component, why we are using?
See, I want to call this function whose name is create ref. Okay, so this function is belonging to a namespace whose name is React. Have you ever explored the C++? Have you seen C++?
Yes.
Yes, sir. So, do you guys remember a concept namespace in C++? Like using namespace std?
Yes, yes.
Using namespace standard.
Yes, we in a C++ program, we are writing the statement like using namespace std. Have you seen this thing?
Yes.
So in C++ also we are having this concept of namespace. Basically, a namespace is just like a container. Okay, namespace is just like a container of your objects. So in C++, you are using cout and scene. Do you know these things? Cout, scene objects.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, so cout and scene are present where? In std namespace. Okay, and this namespace is containing some objects. So like in the same way, in JavaScript also we are having a namespace whose name is React. So basically this component class and this function whose name is create ref is present inside a namespace. Okay, so if I have to call this create ref function, okay, I need this namespace imported. Okay, so I have imported the React namespace, and onto that namespace I'm calling this function react dot create ref. But this component class is also there inside this React namespace, so I don't need to import this component class. Then instead of importing component class directly, I would like to write react dot component. But if you want, you can still import it separately. Like if you want, you can definitely make it import like this. Okay, so just import your component class and directly write the name of this. but this component class is being already defined, is being already present inside this React namespace. So that's why I'm writing React dot component. Now it will be totally your choice. Okay, but if you are importing this React namespace, then there is no use of importing the component class separately. You can directly refer that class on the namespace like React dot component. Like if I'm writing React dot component, so you can directly write this class name. So that's why written the statement React dot component. Okay. So is it clear to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now this is the thing which is related to the refs concept. See, one more concept is there, which is being referred as lifting state up. So according to its name, the concept is very simple. Lifting state up means what? Just try to understand one scenario. Lifting state up. What is actually the meaning of this concept? Let's say you are having one component that is A. Okay, this is again the same thing which we have implemented in any application like weather application or in any news application. Okay, let's say we are having a component A, and inside that component A, we are having two components. One is B and one is C. This means A, B, C, these are separate components, but for the code reusability, I have displayed B and C components inside the component A. Okay, so this B and C components will become what?
Child.
Yes,
Child.
they will become the child component.
Child.
Okay, this means for component A, B and C are the child components, and for each other, B and C are sibling component. Okay, this means at the same level in they will be displayed. First of all, we will display B component and then C component. Now there is one state inside the B component, and we have to use that same state inside the C component. Okay, just try to understand this scenario. There is one local state of this B component. Okay, and there is one need of that state into the C component. So is there a relation of parent and child in B and C component?
No.
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 No. We have to use the state of B inside the C component. What we can do?
Store को use करो.
By just reading its name, lifting state up means what?
Store you can.
Assigned to parent.
Yes.
Lift.
Lift the state of B to the state A. Okay. So this means if you maintain the state inside A, then B can also access that, then C can also access that. Okay. So how B and C can access? Just pass into the prop, okay, of B, and just pass that into the prop of the C. But we have seen Redux also. If you want to do
Yes,
that thing,
store
then you can
concept.
implement the
Store.
Redux.
Yes,
Okay.
store.
This is the concept which is known as lifting state up. Okay.
But sir, how can we pass that the proper state of B to the A?
No, you don't require to pass the state from B to A. You just have to remove the state from the B and define that state into the component A. Okay. That state will be defined into the E component. And from A, we will give that state to the B. Okay.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes.
Sir, there is a one more concept like context.
Okay, so we are having this lifting state up. Yeah. So there is one more concept which is error boundaries. So what actually this error boundary is, what the React official documentation is saying about this. Let's explore it. Just visit its documentation and see what they are saying about this error boundaries concept. See, in the past, JavaScript errors inside components used to corrupt React's internal state and cause it to emit errors on next renders. So this statement means what? If you are having any kind of error into your component, then your application will be crashed. Have you seen this thing that whenever you are running any application, it will the content is not being displayed on your browser, and there are lots of errors on the console.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So this is the thing they are trying to convey, that in the past, JavaScript errors, okay, inside components. If there is any error inside the component, and that error will corrupt the React's internal state, and it will not display that render function. It will not display your HTML elements. Okay. And there will be lots of errors on the console. Okay. So these errors were always caused by an earlier error in the application code. This statement means what? Just try to understand this concept.
Maybe in an earlier program that error got carried over.
Yes. In earlier program means what?
Program that was previously executed.
No. Why there is an relation between, why there is a relation between previous program and the new program? We are talking about the same application. It may be a case where suppose we are having few components like component 1, component 2 and component 3. Okay. If there is some error in component 1, so will that component 2 be displayed?
No.
No. Okay. This is the thing. Okay. If there is an error in your previous component, okay, then your next render will be stopped. Okay. So these error were always caused by an earlier error in the application code. Let's say if you are having three components, C1, C2, and C3. If C2 is having an error, this means your whole application will be crashed. Okay. And you will see lots of errors on the console. Okay. So, but React did not provide a way to handle them gracefully in a component. Okay. And could not recover from them. If there is some error inside any component, uh, in React initial versions, we are not having any functionality to handle them. Okay. So this means this problem is being addressed by error boundaries. So this means what? If you are having few components like C1, C2 and C3, if there is some error in C2, so what will happen? C1 will be displayed and C3 will be displayed. Only we can show some error for the C2, like something went wrong in this component. So this is similar to exception handling. Have you
Yeah.
seen exception handling?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So what is the use of exception handling?
It handles the exception where it
Handles
comes.
error.
Yes,
Try catch block.
exactly. So whenever there is some error inside any React child component, then you can handle its error and you can display suitable uh, error messages, or you can display suitable, you can take suitable actions on that particular error event. Okay. So this is the idea behind using this error boundaries. Okay. So just read out this point. A JavaScript error in a part of the UI shouldn't break the whole app. Okay, it should be like that. If there is some JavaScript error in any part of the UI, then by default, it will break your entire application. We have seen this thing that if something has went wrong into our application, we are seeing the white screen on the browser. Due to that small error, our whole application is being suffering. Okay, so it should be not like that. If there is some error inside that code, we should handle that error, and we should display any error component like something went wrong, kind of thing. Okay. To solve this problem for the React user, so inside this React 16th version, there is one concept introduced, which is error boundary. Okay, so all of you are getting this concept, error boundary, why this has been introduced?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So it is just like exception handling for your React components. Okay, if there is an error inside any React component, why your application, why your whole application should suffer? Okay, so instead of that thing, we should display an error message for that particular element, and rest of the application should be displayed as it is. Okay, so this error boundaries will do what? So error boundaries are React components that catch JavaScript errors. Okay, so simply error boundaries are React components that catch JavaScript error anywhere. This is the major important point. Okay, for the error boundaries. Just try to understand this thing. Error boundaries are the React component. This means you will get a component like error boundary. Okay, are the React components that catch JavaScript errors anywhere in their child component tree. What you are understanding with this point? Catch JavaScript error anywhere in their child component tree. This means what?
We catch the exception in child, not in parent.
Exactly. Not in current component. If there is some error in current component, error boundary has nothing to do with it. Okay, if there is an error inside the child component only, then this error boundary will be used. Okay, so log those errors, or you can display a fallback UI. What is a fallback UI? What they are trying to say with fallback UI?
The remaining application.
No, fallback UI means what? Have you ever used Amazon mobile application?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen a
Yes.
dog?
Dog.
Yes.
Yes.
Something went wrong.
Yes,
If
yes.
something went wrong, that is a fallback
Ah.
UI. This means whenever something went wrong inside any child component, so that child component should not be displayed. This is a very obvious thing, that if there is some error inside any child component, we should not display that component. Instead of that, you can display an alternate user interface, like display an red alert, like something went wrong, or display like oops, something went wrong. Okay, that kind of thing is being referred as fallback UI. Okay, so display a fallback UI instead of that componentry that crashed. Okay, so don't display that crashed component, because that will contain some technical error. So are we supposed to display the technical errors on the screen?
No, sir.
No.
No.
Okay, so because normal user is not going to understand that what is seriously went wrong into that application. So just display something went wrong, or please try again later. Okay. Let me show you one image. uh, that image is a real-time thing. I have noticed that thing in some past days. Okay, so few days back, I went to my friend. I visited my friend, and there we are watching TV, and we got to see a thing. Let me show you. So my friend was using Airtel Extreme Wi-Fi connection, and for that broadband thing. And on that TV screen, I have seen this thing. See, what is there?
Unknown host exception.
It's java.net.unknown host exception. This is what?
Technical.
Yes, this is a technical error. So that Airtel application was developed inside the Java technology, and something has went wrong onto their system, and they are just simply displaying that kind of error message. Okay, so is it a good practice or a bad practice?
Bad practice.
Bad
Bad
practice.
practice.
So this is upon a developer. See
So
that
below
Airtel
below
developers
this
are also doing this thing. Okay.
below this that cannot play content. Please try again. It is a
Yes.
fallback UI.
Yes, this is a fallback UI. So see this thing, they are having this hyphen hyphen and this closing tag. So they will, so they are writing, they are trying to write some comment in HTML, but instead of the comment, they are end up printing this kind of exception message which they are getting. Okay, so instead of displaying that channel, they have displayed this kind of user interface like cannot play content. Okay, please try again. Okay, so this is the thing which React new version has addressed. Like instead of displaying any error or why your application should suffer, why your complete application should suffer if any child component is having an error, then simply display a fallback UI. Okay, so error boundaries. See, another point is there. Error boundaries catch errors during rendering or in life cycle methods and in constructor of the whole tree below them. This is the important thing. Whole tree below them. This means if any code has been crashed inside the parent component, okay, the error boundary are not going to handle them. Okay, then what we have to do to handle the errors inside the parent component?
But we have to throw that exception.
Yes, you can throw any error and you have to catch that particular error into the app component. Okay, so that app component will handle the errors in your parent component, because that app component will become a parent of your all components. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So see, there are some limitations for the error boundaries also. So error boundaries do not catch errors for which thing? Event handlers. If you are having some event handling and there is some error related to the event handling, then error boundaries are not going to catch that. Okay. If there are some errors related to the asynchronous code, asynchronous code, like if you are making any ajax request or let's say set timeout, so this kind of asynchronous, for any asynchronous mechanism, error boundaries are not going to handle that error. Okay, so in that case you have to manage it by your own. And for the server side rendering means what? If your server is sending some HTML, okay, then that HTML is not in the control of your React application. Okay, so in that case, this means server side rendering. For the server side rendering, you will not have any error boundaries. Okay, so error thrown in the error boundary of itself. This means rather than its child component, there is some error in that same component. Okay, if there is some error in the same component, then this means this error boundary is not going to work. Okay, so if we want to make use of the error boundary, So what you have to do? A class component becomes an error boundary if it defines either or both of the life cycle methods. So try to understand this thing. If you want to make a error boundary component, why we are making this error boundary component? Just to handle the errors and display a fallback UI for any error occurred inside a child component. Okay, so will become a class component will become an error boundary if that class component defines these two functions. What? Get derived state from error, or this component did catch. So this is the thing. A class component becomes an error boundary component if that component defines either this function whose name is get derived state, or this component did catch function. So we have seen a component did mount function earlier. Okay, so one function which we are having is one more, which is component did catch. Okay, let me show you that how this component did catch function will be executed. At which event this component did catch will execute. So we are having this component did catch function, and see, catches exceptions generated in the descendant components. Okay, descendant components means what? Inside the child components. It is going to catch the errors inside the descendant components. And if there is some error, then in that case, component did catch will be executed. Okay, so this function, so just try to answer this question that is this function going to be executed every time?
No, sir. Whenever exception will come, then only.
Exactly.
Child.
Exactly. Whenever there is an error or exception inside the descendant component, then only this function will be called. Okay. Until unless this function will not perform its execution. So, or you can define this function whose name is get derived state from error. Okay. You have to make this thing. Okay. So by reading the name of this function, get derived state from error, this means what? What the name is suggesting? Get derived state from error means what?
Fallback UI, fallback.
We need to get the state from the error. So this means if you are having any error, you need to maintain the state that if there is any error or there is no error. Okay, you have to make this functionality. So in order to display a fallback UI, you need to write a condition like if there is some error, or if there is some error, then only we have to display a fallback UI. Okay, so you have to maintain a state, and that thing will be implemented by this get derived state from the error. What the React people are suggesting, that use this get derived state from error to render a fallback UI after an error has been thrown. Okay, so use component did catch to log error information. If you are having your logger service, or if we are having console, then if you want to log those errors into a file, or let's say into the console, then make use of component did catch function. And if you want to display a fallback UI, then make use of get derived state from error. So see, they are showing us an implementation of it, how we can make it possible. See this error boundary component. This error boundary component is maintaining one state, which is has error initial value is false. Okay, and inside component did catch, they are logging the errors. And when this function will be executed, when there is some error, if there is some error, okay, this function will be executed, get derived state from the error, and it will make the state with the value true. Okay, so it will assign a true value into it. Okay, and inside the render, see what they are doing. So inside this render function, they are writing one condition. If there is some error, then display something went wrong. Okay, if there is no error, then simply return the child element. So just return this dot props dot children. So this means your component should look like this. So you have to encapsulate all of the components inside the error boundary component. Okay, so if there is some error inside the my widget, if there is some error inside my widget, then this something went wrong will be displayed. And if there is no error inside the my widget, then this means this my widget will be returned. This means this dot props dot children. So this whole component will become a child component. So we are returning this dot props dot children. Okay. So this means error boundaries work like JavaScript catch block, but for components. Okay. So on see this thing, only class components can be error boundaries. Okay, if you want to make any error boundary, then only the class component will become the error boundary. Okay, so in practice, most of the time you will want to declare an error boundary component once and use it throughout your application. So just define your error boundary component, and in that component you can have one one fallback UI, which will display something went wrong message, like their Amazon application, like something went wrong and they have displayed that dog image. So they have they have created this error boundary element once, and they are using that component in every component in your application. Okay, so this is the thing in which you have to work with this error boundary component. So your error boundary component will look like this. It should be the class component, and there are going to be a few functions like get derived state from error. So this will assign true if there is some error inside any component. Okay, so inside this component did catch function, you have to log the messages. Okay, so every time it may not be a case where we are using this function component did catch. It is not like that. Okay, it is totally depends on our requirement. If we want to log the errors, see sometimes what the application developers are doing, they are just maintaining a file, and if there is some error, so they are just logging the errors into that file. Okay, just to have a look or to have a survey kind of thing, that what are the errors that are facing inside this application. Okay, that we are facing inside the application. So they just simply log all the errors into the file, and in future if they want to handle these errors, they want to read out those errors, that what actually has went wrong in past few days, so they can view that log file. Okay, so this means this component did catch will be used to log any error. So if there any error, so this component did catch will be executed, and this will log error, and this get derived state from error will put the true into this state, and based on this state we either we have to display a fallback UI, or we have to return the child elements. Let's say inside our weather component also. Okay, if something went wrong in weather component, then this error boundary will display like something went wrong, or if there is no error, then it will simply return this dot props dot children. So children means what? This child component we are returning. Okay. See, this error boundaries only catch errors in the components below them in the tree. An error boundary can't catch an error within itself. This means if there is something went wrong inside error boundary also, this means it is not going to catch that error. Okay, so if an error boundary fails, try to render the error message. The error will be propagate to the closest error boundary above it. There may be a case where suppose this error boundary is being a child element of some another error boundary. Okay, right? So this may happen. So see, it is similar to the catch function. If something went wrong, which block will be executed?
Catch block.
Catch. Now, if there is a logic inside catch which has crashed inside the catch also,
Yes.
means there is some exception in catch also. So what you will do?
Exception in catch.
Yes. If there is some exception in catch, then what will happen?
We have to
Declare-
declare that exception.
Yes, we have to.
Right.
Declare that exception.
Yes, but if you're declaring that exception using throw, then your program is going to be crashed. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
We have to declare another catch, try catch method.
Exactly. You
Multiple.
have to
catch.
write then nested try catch. This means
Yes,
catch
nested
block
try.
will have a try catch. And what if that nested try catch catch block also is having an exception?
Again, next it.
Up to what level you are going to nest the try catch? Okay, so just to
So,
have that
sir.
functionality, yes,
One generic catch block.
yes is what?
One generic catch block.
Yes. So you can have a catch block, and if that catch block is having some error, then you may write one try catch. And if that nested catch is also having an error, then you will again nest a try catch. So it is not a good practice to have this kind of thing. Okay, just handle the errors as much as possible. And after that, leave it up to the user. Okay, then just display a generic message like something seriously went wrong. Okay. So now let's take an example that how we are practically going to implement it. So they must have a practical implementation. Yeah. Okay, so first of all, let's try to understand the structure of this working example, what they are actually trying to do. See, we are having one component whose name is error boundary. This error boundary component is maintaining one state, okay? And that state is an object with the two states. One is the error and one is error info. So error will be an object, okay? Error will be an object and error info will be the message of that particular uh, error has been occurred. Okay, so we are having one function of the component life cycle, that is component did catch, and this component did catch will have two arguments internally. Okay, so whenever something went wrong and whenever an exception has been occurred into any application, into any child component, then that function will be executed, which component did catch will be executed, and the entire object of error will be assigned into the first argument, and the message for that error will be assigned to the second argument. Okay, so this function will be automatically called whenever there is an exception. So that exception object will be assigned into the first argument, and message for that exception will be assigned into the error info. And we are assigning the error object and error info object into the state. So see, inside this component did catch, they have called this function set state, and they are just assigning this error. They are assigning this error into the error key, and they are assigning this local error info into the state, which is error info. Okay, and you can also log messages to an error reporting service, like if you want to log errors into a file, or if you want to send errors onto the server, like something has went wrong on the server side, to store the errors just to for the later point of time, if we want to have a look that what are the things that are having errors into the client application. So you can log those error messages inside component did catch. Now inside this render, they are writing one condition, like what kind of condition they are having. If this dot state dot error info is there, okay, this means something has went wrong. So they are returning this message something went wrong, and they are having one component. This means one HTML tag we are writing, which is details. Okay, you instead of this details, you can also write paragraph element of your own. Okay, and they are just checking one condition. If this means this dot state dot error, and if there is, they have also called this function which is toString. This means whatever be the JSON object. Okay, whatever be the JSON object, they will display that thing. And they have written one and operator. This means they are writing and between these two conditions, and whatever be the result of that condition, they will display them. Okay, so as they are right, or you can avoid this thing. Okay, if you want, you can avoid this thing. You can simply put this something went wrong. They, in this example, they are just displaying those technical errors, that what actually went wrong. Okay, so they are displaying these technical errors. Okay, like they are displaying this dot state dot error info dot component stack. So this is similar to in Java, on exception object you are calling one function like print stack trace.
Yes,
You guys
print
remember
callback. It shows that callback.
callback?
Stack. Sorry, stack.
Yes, calling
Technically
stack.
error.
Yes, it will show the complete calling
Stack
stack.
format.
Yes. So if you want to do that same thing inside any React component, you can write this thing. So on this error info, you can call this property, you can access this property, which is component stack. But it is never recommended to show these technical errors onto the web browser for the end users. We will display such kind of thing like something went wrong. If there is no error, then just return the child elements. Okay, then simply just return this dot props dot children. And they have one component with the name buggy counter. This means they might have thrown some error. Okay, they might have thrown some error. Okay, and this dots, they are maintaining one state inside this counter component. So this means they are having a click event on which, yeah, they are having this h1 element. Okay, so on the click event of this h1, they are just incrementing, the counter. Okay, so initially counter is 0. When someone is going to click that particular h1, then that counter will be updated. Okay, so let me do one thing. Let's create this functionality into our own application. Okay, so let's define this error boundary component first. So inside our React application, I'm going to create one component in SRC, that is error boundary .js. Okay, and that error boundary component must be a class component. So export class error boundary, and this error boundary class should extend the component class. Okay, and inside this error boundary, what things do we need? Okay, we need one constructor. Okay, and that constructor is maintaining one state. That constructor is maintaining one state, like error is null and error info is initially also null. And we need one function whose name is component did catch. So if something has went wrong, then this component did catch will be executed. Okay, and the error will be assigned into this error object, and that message will be assigned into the error info, right? So we are setting the state like this local argument error is being assigned into the state which is having name error, and this local argument error info is being assigned into this state with name error info. Okay, so now just after this, we need this render function, okay, which is just initially checking that if there is some error, okay, if there is some error, then we have to display something went wrong. If there is no error, then we can simply return the child element. So now just write one if condition inside the render. So we need to override this render function and just put one if condition, like if this dot state dot error info, okay, if there is some error, so how it is going to check? So initially this error info is null, so if it is null, then it is not going to be executed, okay. So if there is some value for this error info, then this means there is going to be some error, then you can return such kind of user a fallback UI, like something went wrong, okay. But if there is no error, then we can simply return the child elements like this dot props dot children. So this children is already defined property inside any component, okay. So this will refer to all the child components which are being passed inside any component, okay. So return this dot props dot children. So we are done with defining this error boundary element. Now I'm creating one more component inside this SRC, and I'm naming that component as, for example, counter.js. And for this counter.js, what they are actually doing. See, for this counter component, they are having a state which is counter, and on the click event, they are just increasing the counter, okay. So let's create that counter component. So export class, and the class will be the counter, and this class is going to extend the component class, okay. And now inside the constructor, we have to call this super, and let's create one state like this dot state should have a value of the counter initialized by 0, and inside the render function I'm returning one user interface, okay. I'm returning one h1 element, like initially we will have this kind of empty code fragment, and just below this I'm writing one h4 element in which welcome to counter element, yeah, welcome to counter app. Now just below it I'm having one h1 element, and that h1 element will display this value of counter like this dot state dot counter, okay. Now on the click event of this h1, I want to change the state value. So for that purpose, let's have this on click, and let's define one function like handle click will be this kind of arrow function, and we need to call this dot set state, and this will update the counter by 1, okay. This will just increment the counter value as this dot state dot counter plus 1, okay. It will assign a new value into the counter, and whenever state will be updated, then this UI will be rendered again, okay. And now just call this dot handle click. So first of all, let's display this counter component in app.js. As of now, I'm commenting this. And yeah, I'm writing this counter component. Okay, so now when I'm clicking this, so you can see this counter is being updated. Okay, so now what next? They are simulating a scenario when there is an error. Okay, so they are just simulating this thing when the counter is reaching to the value 5, they are manually throwing an error. Okay, so when counter has reached this value, they are manually throwing an error. But this is just a simulation, but in any real-time application, something will went wrong by itself, by any of your logic inside your child component. Okay, so let me write this condition inside the render, like in this counter component I would like to write one if condition. Like condition will be what if this dot state dot counter is reaching to the value. Let's say in my case, I will wait for value 6. Okay. So if this counter is having a value 6, then I'm throwing one error like throw new error. It is just like throw new exception in Java. Okay, we are manually throwing an exception. Okay, so now inside this throw, I'm passing the message of that particular error, like invalid operation. I have passed this kind of dummy message just to simulate that kind of error. Okay, and if there is no error, okay, and if there is no error, then we are returning our h1 element. Okay, so now let's have a look at the output, that what will happen. Okay, so now this time I haven't returned the error boundary. Okay, I haven't encapsulated this counter into the error boundary. So this means, is this application going to handle that error or not?
Not.
No. Okay, so if counter is going to reach to the value 6, then see what will happen. I'm again refreshing this. Now value is 1. Again I'm clicking this, value is 2, 3, 4, 5, and next what happened? See, we are having an error on the console and our whole application is suffering due to this. Let's say if I am having this my component displayed, let's say on this app component, I am having this my component displayed also. Okay, in this my component, what thing we are having? Yeah, we are having this input field and this button. Okay, so this is the thing, and now I'm going to click this thing. Now what will be the next? You can see your entire user interface is suffering due to that particular error. Okay, so now if you want to handle that error, then you need to encapsulate this thing into the error boundary. Okay, so let me encapsulate this inside error boundary, and let's put this counter and the my component inside the error boundary itself. Okay, now let's check what will happen. Okay, so again I'm hitting this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. What happened? Yes,
Error.
we are having this fallback UI,
Fallback
something went
UI.
wrong. Okay, or you can do one thing, that for every component just have a separate error boundary. Okay, so this means I'm having one another error boundary for this my component. Now what will happen? Yes, what will happen now?
In my
Callback
component, when you are inserting that input, then it only executes.
Initially we are having this as our counter component, and these two things belongs to our this component, which is my component. And again I'm clicking this, and if something gets went wrong into this counter app, then only that component will show this heading like something went wrong. And if there is an error inside this my component, the separate error boundary will be there. Okay, so this is the idea behind the error boundary. Okay, so all of you got this concept?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I would like you guys to add this error boundary into your application, which is that news and the weather application. Okay, just encapsulate your components inside this error boundary. If there is an error, then just make use of this error boundary. And there is a task for you all. Okay, there is a task for you. If see, in order to run that weather application or news application, we need internet connectivity. Yes or no?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
It
We are
is
facing
a real-time URL.
Yes, because we are making a network request onto
Uh-huh.
that news API, weather API server. But if we are making a network request with offline, okay, when our system is offline, not connected to the internet, then what will happen? Is our system will be able to send a request?
No, sir.
sir.
No, sir.
No.
Exactly. Then you have to handle that error, and you have to display a message like, please check your connection. Have you seen this thing in any real-time application?
Yes.
Yes.
In any application, if you are offline, then they are saying that you are offline. Please check your connection. Please check your internet. Okay. So you have to do such kind of thing inside that application. Okay. So it's your task. Just make use of the error boundary and handle that particular error. Okay. 1 second. Okay, so now let's move on to our next concept, that is again very important, that is composition and the specialization. Okay, composition and the specialization concept. What actually is the meaning of this composition and specialization? See, if you want to explore React.js, you can definitely refer to the official documentation. Okay, there you can read out lots of content related to these things. Okay, so I'm just exploring composition and specialization. Yeah. See, in React JS, we are aware of the inheritance, like a class component is inheriting the component class. Like using the inheritance, you can also make your components inheriting one another component. Like your component A is extending component B. That is also possible. Okay. See this thing, what they are saying about this composition. So React has a powerful composition model, and we recommend using composition instead of inheritance to reuse code between the components. Okay, let's say we have implemented the reusability concept using a parent and child relationship, like we are having that heading component or that news article component. So why we are creating those components? In order to achieve the reusability. So React people are recommending to use the composition over the inheritance. Okay. So let's see that how we are going to make use of this composition. So in any object oriented programming, are you guys aware of this object composition? In any
Yes.
object oriented?
Yes.
Yes. What is object composition then?
Object of the child class is dependent to object of parent class.
Object of child. Okay, this is composition. So this means for composition is inheritance necessary.
It's has a relationship.
Yes,
Ju-
it is
Just like
has a
association.
relation. Exactly.
Yes.
So composition is a way of achieving the association. There are
Yes.
actually two types of association. One is composition and one is aggregation.
Yes.
So this is just representing the has a relationship. Like for example, if we are considering Java as an object-oriented language, if we are having a class like car, so car has a brand, car has a color, car has a name. So this car class is going to have a property like a string brand, and that class will have a name, and that car will have a color. But one more thing, a car is going to have engine. So to represent an engine, I'm having a separate class like class engine, and that engine will have its separate properties like capacity, like how much cubic capacity that engine is having, like that engine is having how much cc. Okay, that engine belongs to like 1500 cc or 200 2000 cc. Okay, so that kind of thing, and that engine will also have some power, and again that engine will have a torque value. Okay, so these were the properties of engine. So what will be the relation between car and engine? Is a relation or has a relation?
Has a relation.
Has a relation.
Has a
The
relation.
relation.
So if we want to map is a relation, what you have to do?
Inheritance.
Inheritance. Okay.
Yes.
But for the car and engine, we will have this kind of thing that car will have an engine. So this is the object composition. Okay, so we are going to make use of the same thing inside any React component. Okay, for the object composition. This means object of a class is becoming a member of some another class. That is object composition. Okay. So now let's see some examples for it. One second. See, there is one scenario that some components don't know their child component ahead of time. This means what? Let's say you are having a division. I'm opening a paint application just to show you a thing. See, in my React application, I'm creating one component which will be like this division, and this division is going to have some border. So this is my complete browser screen, and I want to have any component displayed inside this section, which will be displayed at the center. Okay, this will be my component. This outer box is representing the complete browser, and this inner box is representing our component. Okay, and this component will act as a container component of all the things. This means we have to just change the content inside this component. Okay, based on the different screens, we just have to change the content inside this container element. Okay, so this means when we are writing this internal component, when we are writing this component, so while writing this component, are we aware of the fact that who is going to become the child of this box?
No.
No. Yes, because in future that child component may become your let's say what may become a form, that may become HTML table, that may become one description of H1 and a paragraph. Okay, that can contain anything, that may contain a video, that may contain let's say some images, it can be anything. So when we are creating this kind of component, so there may be a case where we are not knowing that what will be the elements inside this component. So that same thing is being referred by the React.js documentation. So some components don't know their child ahead of their time. Okay, this is especially common for the components like sidebar, or let's say they are saying that dialogue. So dialogue is just a box, okay, which will appear as a pop-up on the screen. But what should be displayed as a child, we are not aware of this fact. Okay, when we are writing these components, so what they are recommending, the React people are recommending that we recommend that such component use the special children prop to pass the children elements directly into their output. So this means what? When you are building these application, okay, when you are building this kind of application in which you have created this component, and in future you are not aware that what will be the child element inside this thing. Okay, what will be the child element inside this thing, we are not aware of this fact. Okay, so we are able to get that child element with the help of this dot props dot children. Okay, we have done the same thing previously also. See, in this error boundary, can we make it fixed that every time we have to return the H1 element?
No.
No. How this error boundary is going to recognize that what element we have to return if there is no error? Is there a fixed element?
No.
No, there is no such fixed element that we have to return. Okay, so that's why React.js is providing us a support of this property, this dot props dot children. So we are considering it as a generic child. Okay, we are considering it as a generic property, as a general property, which is referring to the child elements inside this error boundary. Okay, since we are not aware of the child components, that what are the child components that we have to render. Okay, if you don't know these, so just return this thing, which is this dot props dot children. So this means this error boundary component is becoming a reusable component in which you can place different kind of child elements based on your requirement. So you can see inside app.js, first time I have passed the counter as a child element, and second time I have passed my component as a child element. So this counter is being returned by this error boundary using this property, this dot props dot children, and again this my component is being returned by this dot props dot children. Okay, so they are showing that we recommend that search component use the special children prop, okay, to pass the children elements directly into their output. Since see they are having a component, a general component, which is fancy border. How that fancy border is going to decide that what should become a child of it? Okay, how that division is going to recognize that if an HTML table, if a table is becoming its child, or let's say if a form is a child, or if an image is becoming its child, how this component is going to know? It is not like that. Okay, so you just have to return this dot props dot children if that is a class component. Okay, if inside you if you are inside a function component, then you just required to pass this value, which is props dot children. Okay, this means overall, whether it is a function component or it is a class component, you have to make use of this children property. Okay, so this children property will refer to the child element passed. Okay, see in their example, they are having one welcome dialog. Okay, and this welcome dialog is displaying this fancy border, and this fancy border is having two child elements. Okay, so these were the children. H1 is a one child and paragraph is another child, which was passed inside this fancy border. So this children prop is referring to this H1 and the P. See, they are referring, they are highlighting this into the code itself. So this H1 and the P in the light background color are being referred by this props dot children. So in our case, also, this counter is being represented by this dot props dot children, and also this my component is being referred by this dot props dot children. Okay, so this is the thing which you have to remember. If you are building any generic container element and you are not knowing that what component we have to send from it, we have to render from it as a child component, then just simply return props dot children. Okay, is it clear to all of you? Yes or no? Please come up with your
Yes, sir.
answer.
Yes, yes.
Okay. See, one more thing is there. Let's say one more example. On any website, I want, for example, this is a complete browser area. And in this website, I want two sections. Let's say this is our first section, and this is our second section. Okay, I want these kind of two sections which are being displayed onto my website. Okay, section 1 and section 2. So when I'm defining these two sections, uh, so do we know in future that what may be the child elements inside these both?
No, sir.
No.
Child.
No.
Exactly. So see, they are doing this thing by just having this section as a split pane, and they are having one container element, that is the container div, and they are having two sections, one at the left and one at the right. So they have displayed props dot left and they have displayed props dot right. So instead of making the child elements, so they are using their own props dot left and props dot right. And what they are doing, see, inside the split pane, they are passing the props. One prop is the left and one prop is the right. And instead of passing a number, or instead of passing a string, they are passing a complete, they are passing a complete component inside the prop. Okay, they are not nesting them as a child, because let's say inside this thing, inside the left pane, how you are going to recognize that which child element has to be displayed on the left? Is there any thing that is going to recognize that which element are going to be displayed in the left section? Can you recognize this thing?
No, sir.
No,
No,
there
sir.
is no such functionality that is going to tell you that some elements has to be displayed on the left and some elements has to be displayed on the right. How you are going to refer that? This means, let's say I'm using a bootstrap layout. Okay, if I'm using a bootstrap layout, if I'm having a division like a div, okay, this division is containing one class name. Let me not create a class, let me create a row component itself. Okay, so in bootstrap, let's say I'm creating a row component just to have these two sections side by side. Okay, so now inside this row, I'm creating one column and that will occupy like col LG will be occupying the 6 columns. Okay, so now again for this thing also for the right hand side. Okay, again we are having 6 columns. So these columns will be displayed side by side. So now inside this component, so now based on a concept like this dot props dot children. So based on this children prop, can you recognize that which thing we need to display in the first call and which child element we need to display in the right column? Can we
No.
decide?
No.
Right.
No.
Exactly. So what we can do, we are having, we can have some prop inside this parent component. Let's say if this is your function component, let's say this function is representing a section. Okay. This function is representing a section like return. And inside this return, I'm returning this kind of row. So based on the props dot children, I'm receiving some props. So now based on props dot children, we cannot decide which thing has to be displayed in the left and which thing has to be displayed in the right. So I will do one thing. Instead of making the child element, I will receive some props. Okay, like props dot left and like props dot right. And let's say we are having one component that is for example app component, and in this app component if we want to display some let's say if we want to display a section, let me write a capital S. Yeah, so if we want to display this kind of section, so just write this section component and we will close this section component. Now, what will happen if you want to display a component left into it and right to it? You just have to pass a prop. Like left will be a prop and right will become a prop. So instead of passing those child elements inside this section, okay. So instead of passing the child elements inside this section, what we will do, we will pass them inside the prop. Let's say I'm having one h1 and I'm having one h1 which has to be displayed inside the left section, and I'm having one paragraph which has to be displayed at the right. So for this left, I will pass one h1. So you can see instead of making the child element, I am passing that component inside the prop. Okay, so again for this right, I will pass one paragraph element. So see, instead of inheritance, we are using composition. This is composition or inheritance?
Has a relationship composition.
Yes,
Composition.
this is has a relation. Like section has left and section has right. Okay, so this left will receive this h1 component and it will display that thing as props dot left, and this right prop will receive a paragraph, so it will display this paragraph at the right side. Okay, so this is the use of composition in React JS. Okay, so all of you understood this thing?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So now let's have a short break of 20 minutes, and we will resume further. Okay.
Dangel looking nice.
Sincere boy.
Okay, so welcome back after the break. Let me share my screen. Okay, so before break, we are exploring the concept of this composition. Okay, so in composition, there comes a special case, which is known as specialization. Okay, so now let's explore that what actually is a specialization. Now just read about this point. Sometimes we think about components as being special cases of other components. For example, we might say that a welcome dialogue is a special case of a dialogue. Okay, so see, you are having a generic component which is dialogue. Okay, and that dialogue may have a special case like welcome dialogue or a login dialogue or a sign up dialogue. This may happen or not.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Have you seen Flipkart's login page? It was on dialog box or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
That is again on a dialog box. Okay, so we are having a generic component which is the dialog, and that dialog is having fixed two elements like title and a message. Okay, but we may have some more special cases like we may have a sign up dialog and we may have a login dialog. So this means along with these title and message, there may be some other components that also needs to be displayed on the dialog. So along with these title and message props, we should return the props dot children. See this thing, they are having this welcome dialogue as a title welcome, as message equal to thank you for visiting our spacecraft. So this is a very basic kind of a dialogue which is having the welcome displayed into this h1, and this thank you will be displayed inside this paragraph. But what will happen if you are having one sign up dialogue or one login dialogue? Then in that case, that sign up dialog will be passed as a child of this dialog element. So it is always recommended to make your component generic to work as a generic concept. Okay, and along with this title and message, you should display props.children if there are any. Okay, so in order to support that component with the multiple elements inside your application. Okay, it's just a special case of the composition that is being referred as a specialization. Okay, so if you are having a component and that component is having different kinds of implementation like login dialog or a sign up dialog or a welcome dialog. Okay, so you need to display title and message. This is fixed. But along with these title and message, we also need to display one form. Then is it necessary that every time we have to display form inside this dialog? Yes,
No.
no,
No, sir.
right? So while creating this dialog, we are not supposed to write this form, because whenever your dialog will be displayed, so your form will be displayed also. Okay. So in order to avoid that thing, okay, in order to avoid that thing, we will return just props.children. If there are some child element, it will display them. If there are no child element, it will simply avoid the children property. Like in dialog element, you can see, like in this sign up dialog, what they are doing, they are having this dialog component and they are passing title and message But inside this dialog component, they are passing this input and the button. This means they are passing the form, and this form will be displayed by this props dot children. Okay, so this is a special case which is being referred as what? Which is being referred as the specialization. Okay, so this is the concept which you have to follow in the React JS. So wherever it is possible, okay. So whenever it is possible, then please avoid the inheritance. Instead of that, just make use of composition. Like we have seen some of the examples. Like if you are having the component hierarchy where a parent element is not aware in the future that what is going to be its child, then make use of props.children. Okay, and if you are having some generic component which is having a different kind of layout, and you are not aware that which layout should be containing which child element, so in that case just pass your child element into the props and then display those props into the your specific layout, like we have seen in this left and the right section. Okay, so we have passed our h1 or our component into the left prop, and we have passed our paragraph into the right prop. Okay, so this is the composition, and the special case of composition is being named as a specialization, where your single component may be used to display a different kind of thing. So there may be some fixed things which needs to be displayed, but along with them there may be also some content which has to be displayed. So just print your props.children there. So your child element can also be displayed. Okay. So now let's move on to the next and the last concept that we have to explore. That is the context in React JS. Okay. So this context thing is similar to the Redux thing. Why we have used the Redux?
Manage the state.
Yes, to manage the state,
Yes.
right? If there are some components who need that state globally, okay? If there is a state that is to be accessed globally by a few components, then we are making use of Redux, okay? But if you don't want to go with the Redux, then React.js has an internal support of this context, okay? So this context thing in React.js is just a replacement of your Redux. Now it's totally upon you if you want to go with context or if you want to go with the Redux. But still there are some organizations who are using a Redux yet. So Redux, for because Redux is providing lot more flexibility, lot more things as compared to this context. Okay, so you have to be familiar with that Redux functionality. But if you don't want that Redux thing, you can definitely go with the context in the React JS. Now let's explore that how we are going to make use of context. So just open the official documentation of this context in the React. Okay. See, I have opened the official docs. Now you can see what description they are having for this context thing. So context provides a way to pass data through the component tree without having to pass props down manually at every level. Okay, this is the same problem which we have addressed using Redux. Yes or no?
Sir. Yes.
That's
Yes,
the
sir.
same
Yes.
problem. Okay, so inside any React application, data is passed top down. This means from parent to child via props. We have seen this thing, but such usage can be cumbersome for certain types of props. Like if you are having some language preference, like if you want to pass a language parameter. See, in any application, you may have a option of translating all the things, all the user interface into, let's say, English to Hindi, or let's say Hindi to Bangla language, you are having lots of options. So if you are having one parent component that is holding one data of the language, then if you need to pass that language up to the nth child, then what is the default way of doing that? Pass that language into the uh, hierarchy of the every component which is acting as a child. Okay, so this means there are few things that, for example, local preference means that language preference, and UI theme, this means we need light user interface or a dark user interface. Okay, so that are required by many components within the application. Okay, this means we may have some data that needs to be accessed by many components in any application. So this context provides a way to share values like these between components, okay, without having to explicitly pass a prop through every level of that tree. Okay, so this article will guide you through that how we are going to use this context, okay, in order to pass that data from parent to the nth child, or there may be multiple components, and instead of parent or child, this is not necessary that every time we need parent or child. There may be some other components also who are in need of that data. Okay, so we can make use of Redux, or we can make use of context. So Redux is a third party integration, and context is a native feature which is supported by the React. Okay. So now let's see how we are going to use the context thing. So just try to understand this example. Okay, they are having one app component. Okay, see what they are saying about this, when to use context. So context is designed to share data that can be considered global, okay, for a tree of React components, such as, for example, current authenticated user that needs to be accessed throughout the application globally. Okay, for example, the current theme, light or dark theme, or a preferred language. Okay, so this example will take you through such kind of scenario. Okay, see, they are having such kind of components. One is your app component, and this app component is rendering one toolbar component. Okay, and this toolbar component is having a prop with a theme equal to dark. Okay, so this toolbar is having a theme as a prop, which value is being passed as a dark. Now they have developed this toolbar component. Okay, so they are having this toolbar component which is receiving the prop. So if we want to read the value of theme, then what we will write? Yes,
Props
inside
dot theme, props.
props dot theme. Exactly. So inside this toolbar component, they are reading this as props dot theme. But there is one more component whose name is themed button, which is in requirement of this theme value. So see, first of all, app component has passed this dark into the theme. Then this toolbar has received that prop. And from this props.theme, we have passed this props.theme inside the themed button. Are you able to recognize this? What is happening over there?
No, sir, please explain that theme button again.
Themed button is a parent component or child component?
Child.
Child of which?
Toolbar.
Yes.
Tree.
Themed
Toolbar.
button is a child of this toolbar. So now this themed button need a prop which is theme. Okay, there is one prop inside this themed button, that is theme. Okay, so now this theme prop needs a value. Now from where we are getting the value of theme?
App, from app.
Yes, from app. So I have passed the theme equal to dark. This toolbar has received props dot theme, and just pass props.theme inside the theme of themed button.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Now, inside this themed button, there is going to be one button to which we have to apply this theme. So you can see we are having these components in the hierarchy. Means first of all, we are having in this example app component. This app component is rendering the toolbar component. Toolbar component is rendering the themed button component, and this themed button component is rendering the button component. Okay, so this is the component hierarchy. So button is a child of themed button is a child of toolbar, and toolbar is a child of app. And we are having one data, okay, in the app component, that is theme value is dark. Now, how these components are going to receive this value dark? So this app will give dark value to the toolbar. Toolbar will give value to the themed button, and themed button will give this value to the button. Okay, so this will be the flow. So how this app component will give this value to the toolbar using the props. So inside this app, we will display this toolbar, and this toolbar will have a prop like theme, and in which we are passing our value that is dark. Okay, so this toolbar will receive this value dark by which thing?
Prop.
Yes, by
Props
using
dot
a prop. By props dot theme, you
Theme.
will get this value dark, and this toolbar has to give this dark value to the themed button. Okay, so what we have to do inside this toolbar, we have to render this themed button. We are rendering this themed button, and inside this themed button, we have to pass this props.theme.
Theme.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So inside this themed button also, I'm having one prop which is theme, and just pass props.theme. And how this themed button is going to receive this dark value?
Props dot theme again.
Yes, again props.theme. So this themed button is going to render this button component, and this button component will be given a theme like props dot theme. So you can see we are having one data on the app component, and that app component is passing data to the toolbar, and that toolbar is passing the data to the themed button, and that themed button is passing data to the button component. Okay, so you can see we are passing the data into the props. Okay, so at some point of time it will become cumbersome to use them. Okay, so this problem can be solved by a redux or not?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
We can solve
We
this
can.
problem with redux, but you can also make use of other context thing. Okay, so using context, we can avoid passing props through the intermediate elements. So if you want to pass the value dark to this button, so you don't have to pass that props into the intermediate components. Okay, so what you have to do? So first of all, you will have to just you will have to create a context. Okay, so this context thing has to be initialized. You have to create a context, and when you are in need of getting that context, you can read the value of the context. Okay, so this means context lets us pass a value deep into the component tree without explicitly threading it through the every element. So if you want to create any context, then you have to call this function, which is react dot create context. So let me show you how we are going to create this kind of context. So now inside this app component, or in any component you can initialize or create your context. Okay, so in this example they have created context inside the app. So we need one namespace, that is the React, and using this React we can call this function whose name is create context, and you can give any name. Okay, you can give any value inside this create context. Which value we have to pass? You have to pass that value which you need globally. Okay, so if you want this dark value to be used globally, then make use of create context and pass a value inside it. Okay, and if you need to pass a value light, then just pass its value and just assign it into a reference. Like they have created a reference like theme context. Okay, so this is representing our theme context. Since why they are taking this theme example? Because we have seen in lots of applications where we can change the theme from light to dark, and every component will receive that theme. Okay, everything will be converted into the dark. So we need this as a global value. So will it be a good practice to pass this light into every 100 component?
No, no, sir.
No,
No.
exactly. Okay, so we will make use of this context. So theme context, I have given the name to my context, and we need to pass this context value into rest of the components. Okay, so how we can read the value? So first of all, in Redux, we have also used this provider component. Do you remember that provider?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
that provider is there also for the context. So you need to write your context property name dot provider, and you need to pass a value. Okay, so I have passed a value like, for example, dark. Okay, so since this is a value which is being considered as default. Okay, so default value will be considered as light. So the value which you are passing, it will only be considered as initial value, or you can refer it as a default value, initial value or a default value. Okay, if nothing is going to be changed, then it will consider a value as light. But if you want to change the value, then you can definitely change it. Okay, so now if you want to change, if you want to pass this data, so you need to create a component which is theme context dot provider. Okay, so you need to have this thing which is theme context dot provider. Okay, so I have passed this theme context dot provider. You need to encapsulate your application into the provider component. Okay, and if you want, you can pass your new value into this provider. Okay, so that light will be considered by default, but if you want, you can change its value. It's totally configurable. Okay, it is not like that you always have to pass a value. No, it totally depends on you. If you want, then you can definitely pass a new value into it. Okay, so this light is just a default value, or either you can give it a blank value if you want. It is just an initial or a default value that will be considered while creating a context. And just after creating this context, we have to encapsulate all the elements inside this provider component. And if you want, you can change the value also.
Hello, sir.
Now, yes.
Sir, can you go that in Code Visual Studio?
Mhm.
Sir, this line in the Redux, we in the we in context we use this React create context, but in Redux we use that configure store, right?
Exactly. This statement is similar to your configure store.
Okay. So can in the we are passing a light as value. Can you pass object there?
Yes,
Initial
definitely. Definitely. You can
Okay.
pass anything. Okay, you can pass any argument. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so now you can see in this example what they have done. they have not passed the theme inside this toolbar. Okay, see, they have not the toolbar as prop, neither they have passed the prop inside the theme button. Now inside this theme button, if you want to get, okay, if you want to get the value of that theme, what thing you will need? You will need a reference to that context, that theme context, and assign it into a property, and then just read its value. Like if this is a class component, then just read like this dot context. Okay, so you need to access this kind of thing. Let me show you how. So now let's do one thing. Instead of writing this theme context into directly app.js, I'm creating one separate file whose name is like theme context.js. Okay, so theme context.js will be the file in which I will create this theme. Like we have created that store.js as a separate file. So I have created theme context.js. Okay. So now in this file, we have to import this React. We have to manually import this thing, import React from React. Okay, so we have created a theme context and we have to export this thing. Okay, so we have exported the theme context. Okay, let me take you to this implementation. See, this API is representing this kind of thing, which is a create context. And inside this, you have to pass the default value. Okay. And if you want, you can pass your own value also. Okay. So see, every context object comes with a provider React components. Okay. That allows consuming components to subscribe to context changes. This means what? For any component, if you want to have the context value, you have to encapsulate that component into the provider. Okay, this is the thing you have to remember. We have created this theme context and you have to encapsulate all the components inside this provider element. So all the components which are encapsulated inside the provider will receive the value of the context. Okay, so let me import this theme context from dot/theme context. Just give me a minute.
अभिजीत. नमस्कारम अभिजीत.
नमस्कार नारायण, क्या चाहिए तुमको?
गाना चाहिए हमको. हमको.
मुझे गाना गा नहीं पाऊंगा.
आप गाना गा सकते हो. आप मुंबई भी आ सकते हो.
औरंगाबाद भी जा सकते हो.
अभी फिलहाल मुझे इधर रहना चाहिए.
ये जरूरी है.
आप आपके यहाँ नारळ पाणी सस्ता मिलता है क्या?
नारळ कितीला आहे रे? गेला तो. नाही, उधर 5 रुपये में मिलता होगा रे.
त्याला मराठीमध्ये विचारल्यानंतर ती कसं सांगाल?
डिसूजा फॅन क्लब. मंदार भाऊ.
मंदारचा
अब
आवाज आला.
रेकॉर्डिंग चालू आहे.
इलियाना डिसूजा.
अभी रेकॉर्डिंग
ते
चालू
डिक्रूज आहे
आहे.
ते.
बाई मारो. मंदारने परत केलं वाटतं काल लेक्चर.
नाही तेवढं रेकॉर्डिंग बघितली.
रेकॉर्डिंग पण बघितली. हो माय. जबरदस्त.
Okay, so I have separated this theme context into a separate file. Okay, I have named that file as theme context.js. And if you want this value, okay, to be accessed by any component, you have to encapsulate that component inside the provider component, like in app.js. Okay, like in this app.js, I have mentioned. Okay, so like in app.js, I have mentioned this thing. Okay, so theme context dot provider. So from where we are getting this theme context? We are getting this from this dot slash theme context, right? So I have given this value dark as an actual value, and if we are not passing this value, it will be considering this default value, which is light. So now these all the components, okay. So now these all the components will have access to this context value which we are passing. Okay, is it clear to all of you?
Sir, so we want to use that theme value in my component line number 18.
Yes.
So how
So
can we access in that?
I'm going to show you that thing also, but I was asking about this mechanism till now. Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's see that how we are going to read the value of this context into any component. Okay. So what they are doing for that? Okay. So for any component, okay. So inside any component, if we want to use uh, that particular context, then you need a reference of that context, assign it to a reference, and you will have that context object. Now let's say inside this my component, let me open this my component, and inside this my component, let me have an access of that theme context. See, they have inside this class, they have directly assigned this theme context into a variable. So we have to import that theme
Context.
context. Is not giving suggestion, then let's import it. Okay. So let's assign this theme context into a reference. Like if you are initializing any property outside the constructor, then it is going to act as what static member of your class. Okay, if you want some instance property, then inside constructor you can declare it. Let's say this dot theme is equal to theme context. Okay, I have assigned this thing. Now inside the constructor, I'm logging the value of this dot theme. Now let's have a look at this dot theme, what it is displaying on the console. So now let's open this React component and open the inspect area and just open the console. Okay. We haven't passed the value inside the app. Yes, we are passing the value. Okay, it might be a case where this error has been rendered previously. Okay, so now just expand this object. Okay, so I'm expanding this object. Now, what value we are getting? We are able to see that complete theme object. Okay, we are getting that complete object who is having value like current value, and we are having this provider component. Okay, and that provider component is having a context. Okay, so this is how you can get the value of that particular that particular context. So what they have done, they are just assigning it into a static property. See what they are writing into the comment. Assign a context type to read the current theme context. Okay, so React will find the closest provider above and use its value. Okay, so just assign your theme context into a static property, because it is going to be the same for the entire class. So that's why they have worked very smartly and assigned it into the static property. So the static, and just assign it into a property which is context type, your theme context. Okay, you don't need to assign this okay, into this kind of thing, and you can just simply now access this context type. Okay, then this context type, this dot context will be your property. Okay, if you want to access the context, so if you want to access the context property, then this dot context should be used. You have to do this thing. Okay, just just create the static property which is being already defined. You can't change its name. Okay, it should be the name like context type. Assign your context object, and then if you want to get the value of context, then just write this dot context. Now let's again open the console area and see. This time we are getting this value as undefined. That might be a case where yes, we are having this dart. Let me make this component as a direct child of this theme context. So instead of this theme context provider at this top level, I'm just making it as an immediate parent. Okay, so yeah. Again, we are having its value undefined. Why? Let's check it. So let's have a look at its context provider. Okay, so we are having this context type. Okay, yes, they are reading this dot context. So dot context type equal to my context. Yes, this is again the same. Let's initialize it outside the class. So inside my component, so my component dot, we need to write this context type is equal to our own context object, which is the theme context. Okay, and now inside this, not in the constructor, let's define override this component did mount function, and inside this let's print this dot context. Yes. Okay, so you have to initialize this property outside your class, like it will be acting as your instance, sorry, your as a static property. So class name dot static property name should be assigned your context. Okay, and inside this component, then you can directly make use of this dot context. Okay, so this is the thing which you have to do in order to get the value of your context.
Sir, in line number 12, we written this dot context. So it is mandatory to write that context as it is.
Yes, because this is a property which we are getting from component class.
But how? But we want to use this property in our HTML tag in same my component. So how can we use that? Suppose I want to print in line number 20. Yes, in paragraph tag.
Like I'm writing current theme is this dot so current theme is dark. Okay. So now I'm giving you a task. Very interesting task is that based on this theme value, you have to apply the CSS. You have to create two things. One is light and one is dark. Okay. So now when theme is dark, you have to give the black background color and all the things should have white text like this heading, this text and this text, this input field and this button. All the things should be in white color. Okay. And whenever someone is changing the theme, you have to change all the CSS. So just write your CSS. Okay. So you just have to write the CSS. You have to write two CSS, one for the light theme and one for the dark theme. And you have to apply the suitable CSS based on the theme value. Okay. And this official documentation has given this kind of example. Okay, they have given such kind of example. Okay, you just have to follow this article and just apply the theme, okay, into our own application. So when you are done with this, just apply the theme concept into the weather and to the news application. Okay, so we have just seen that how we are going to pass the value of the context, how we are going to read this value. So you just have to apply the condition. Like if this dot context is double equal to dark, then apply dark CSS. And if this dot context dot, if this dot context is double equal to light, then we have to apply the light CSS. Okay, then you have to write the condition. Okay, now I would like you guys to implement that thing by reading its official documentation, or you can take help of internet also. Just search that how to implement theme in React application. Okay, just try to implement that theme concept by yourself. Okay.
Sir, this property is applicable to only immediate parent only.
See, let me do one thing. Instead of making it as immediate parent. Okay. Now this time I'm making it as a nth parent. This time also we are having this value. It is not necessary that it has to be your immediate parent. So is it clear to all of you?
Sir, hello.
Yes.
If I have two states, like if I pass by that here theme context, and then if I want to pass value from that my component also, then we have to create the object.
Yes. Actually, you have to create this kind of context, like React dot create context.
Instead of light, there should be a object right there.
Instead of light, yes, you can pass some object also. You can pass any value. Okay, but for this example, I have taken string only, but you can pass any Boolean number or any object.
But sir, at the time of fetching that value,
Yes.
we are just writing that context, right?
Yes.
This dot context. Then
This
how
dot
it will know that which value we want?
See, it is not going to know that you are just reading the value which you are passing there. Okay. So if inside any component, if you are writing this dot context, then this means what? This is going to return the value which is being assigned. It may be your string, it may be your number, it may be your object, or it may be an array.
But sir, it works like a store, na?
Yes,
that
it is a
theme
store.
context.
It is a store.
but in that theme context, if we have object, right, and in that object, if we have two key value pairs, right, then if I fetch that like this dot context, then how it will know that which this key want to get?
You don't fetch the individual key. You will fetch this entire object. So this dot context will return this object, this complete
Okay.
object. Okay. So you need to write this dot context dot x, this dot context dot y. Okay.
So in weather application, in our weather application, in line number 3, instead of light, we need to pass that response, right? Response
Yes,
from API.
exactly. Yes. Okay. So guys, we are done with the React JS. Okay. Is there anything which you want to ask?
React JS ends, but don't know how to react now.
So small question is there.
Yes.
Hello. So don't know how to pass the values from that child to the parent by the callback function.
See, whenever you want to do anything in a React application, just Google it. Like how you want to pass from, how you want to pass data from child to parent. Like pass data from child to parent in React. You will have lots of websites. Okay, let me open this Geeks for Geeks, how to pass data from child component to its parent. Just see, they have also displayed this kind of project structure they are having. Okay, so they are having this app component, and this app component is having a state, and inside render they are just assigning the state, and they are just passing that data to the child. Okay, but that child is having a prop. That child is having a prop whose name is what? Parent callback. Okay, so see, there is one child component. Okay, so they have created a child, and from that child they are returning this kind of form. Okay, and this form is having one input field and one submit button, and on this submit button, okay, they are calling this function whose name is on trigger. Okay, then just see what they are doing. From this child component, they are passing this parent callback. See, inside the parent component, they have displayed this child component, and that child component is having a prop whose name is parent callback. Why they have named this prop as parent callback? Yes, why they have named this parent callback?
Because it is a prop in child.
So why they have given this name parent callback?
सर वो components से आ रहे हैं parent से.
Yes,
assigning
this app is a parent component of child, and they are passing the callback function of the parent component into the child component.
Means that sir name, state name.
Yes. Simply, they want to assign the state name from the child component. Okay. This means we want a child component to assign the data into the parent component state. So what we are doing? So we are creating one callback function. So the callback function which I'm highlighting is present inside which thing? Parent component or inside child component?
parent.
Yes, this is a parent component callback. Okay, so we are passing this parent component's callback into the prop of the child component. You can see this thing. This dot handle callback is being passed into the prop of the child. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so we are passing this data. This means we are passing handle callback, which is a function of parent component into the prop of the child component. And what this callback function is doing, it is just accepting one data and just assigning this data, which is child data, into the name, which is the state of the app component, which means the state of the parent component. Now just open this child.js child component. You can see this child component will receive a prop parent callback. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
So what thing we have to write inside child component in order to access this parent callback prop? Props dot parent callback.
Callback.
So if this is a class component, then we have to write for this dot props dot parent callback, and inside this just pass your value, like e dot target dot value. Okay, so this will be the thing. If you want to pass some data from child to parent, so that data has been taken from this input field, and they have passed that data into the parent callback function, and we have passed that that parent callback function into the prop of a child component. Okay, so this is the mechanism. Understood, Yogesh?
Sir, there we write that event. We write that child.
Yeah. In our application, we are writing E instead of event. This is the same thing. They are writing this thing event dot prevent default. This is just an event object. You can give any name to it.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So, how was your journey in this complete JavaScript and React?
roller coaster.
Roller coaster. Yes.
स्टार्टिंग में अच्छा लगा, बाद में समझ में नहीं आ रहा था.
See, we have only a limited amount of time, so that's why this thing has happened. Okay, but yes, you have to adopt this kind of learning. Either आबाद होना है या तो बर्बाद होना
रिपीट करो सर अभी लेक्चर आपके.
है. हाँ?
आप ही के लेक्चर रिपीट करो सर.
Recordings है आप लोगों के पास? Receive those recordings.
हाँ सर.
Yes.
I have one problem regarding that weather application.
Yes.
Can I
Yes.
share my screen?
Yeah. Sure. Okay. Spelling mistake. That's not the error, but you have to check your spellings. Please write correct spellings. What is this method? Cannot read properties of undefined reading state. Weather.js line number 32. Just show me your line number 32 in weather.js.
Yes.
In line number 32. Handle submit, you are writing this dot state. Submit this dot state dot city. Just show me your state object above in the constructor.
The
Okay, this dot state dot city. Okay, now where you are calling that function, just show me that.
inside there and
Show me
here
your
also.
form. Show me your form.
Sir, handle submit.
Okay, yeah. On submit, you are calling. Okay. Show me your function definition of handle submit. Just go to that line number 32.
Arrow submit is
Here.
missing. Arrow.
Okay, now do one thing. Instead of this dot state dot city, just log this dot state only.
Sir, line number 29.
Now just check if what name you are writing in the on submit attribute of the form.
In line number 29, arrow is not provided.
Yes, that's why. Yeah, you have to make this as an arrow function for that callback behavior. That's the problem.
Here.
Yeah. Write equal and just write equal. Yes, and after the parenthesis, just no. Assign equal.
Yes.
Write equal to it. Yes, and after
And
parenthesis,
here
write arrow. After parenthesis, put arrow.
But sir, this is also has to work, no?
अरे क्यों? This has to be a arrow function.
Directly function का नाम ही हम डाल रहे हैं ना.
Function, you are writing the function name, but this has to be a callback function according to the React. On any event, you have to pass a normal function or a callback function.
Callback function.
Yes. So it was searching for that callback function to be executed. Now run your application.
Then sir.
Run this application.
Yes, sir. It will not share any.
I open browser and run this. Yeah. Now enter and setting name. Yes, you are having now.
Okay, sir. Got it. Thank you, sir. Can I stop machine?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
There was a network drop at my end. Yeah. So just explore YouTube or other websites that you will see some of the projects that are being already developed using React.js. So from there, just follow their step by step. Okay. And you will implement the application. Okay.
Can you suggest some YouTube channels?
Yeah, sure.
इस सर जो ये मॉड्यूल में ये आपने पढ़ाया है इतना सफिशिएंट है वेब टेक्नोलॉजीज के लिए या हमें कुछ और भी एक्सप्लोर करना पड़ेगा?
Yes, I would recommend to explore one more thing, that is, let me share my screen.
Yeah, sir, please tell us because we are confusing about it.
See, for React.js, whatever we have seen in our content, that is very much enough in order to develop any application. Okay, but if you want to work on any real-time application, then in any real-time application, they will be using few more tools. Like for the CSS part, they will be using this thing, Tailwind CSS. Okay, it's just like a library which we have seen like Bootstrap. Okay, just explore this Tailwind CSS, and you can develop such kind of user interfaces. Let me show you an example. See, you can create such kind of user interfaces in which you can have this kind of slider or this kind of media player. Okay, you can create these kind of user interfaces using this Tailwind CSS. Okay, so most of the real-time applications are using this Tailwind CSS. Just explore this CSS, you will have an hands-on on it. You will find lots of articles, okay, developed by this Tailwind CSS. These are the some of the examples, some templates which were developed using this Tailwind CSS. Okay, these are the few examples. Let's have a live preview. Okay, this website has been developed using the same tool, which is Tailwind CSS. Okay, so you can create such kind of intuitive user interface using this Tailwind CSS. Just explore its documentation. Just visit YouTube in order to learn this Tailwind CSS. But yes, you should explore these things after you have completed all of the concepts which were taught inside in, this React.js course. Okay, just after completion of that, only you have to explore this. One more thing is there, which is Formic and Yup. Okay, so in order to make form validation more simple, in order to make your form work more effortlessly, since one problem you may face that if a form is containing, let's say, 20 fields or 30 fields, then you have to make 30 states. Okay, for each field value, for each input field value, you have to create a state. Okay, now suppose you are having let's say 30 fields, you have to just define 30 states. Okay, but it will not be considered as a good practice to create 30 states. Okay, so that thing will be simplified by the use of Formic and Yup. So you will see lot more examples like Formic, Yup, React.js. This Geeks for Geeks is an amazing website on which you can find the complete implementation of Formic and Yup. That what actually happens in a usual form and what that Formic and Yup will do for you. Okay, or you can also watch some YouTube video for that. You will search. You can directly search this topic, Formic and Yup. Okay, and you will find lots of video content related to this. So this is just a library if you want to make your form validation and your form works effortlessly. Okay, like they have implemented this kind of thing. Okay, so you can implement this kind of form validation using Formic and Year. Yes, without them, we can also have this kind of implementation. But yes, with the help of Formic and Year, you can do these things in a more easier way. Okay, so I would request to access these uh, two more things in React.js. Then after integration of these two things, then definitely you will be able to work on any real-time application. Okay, so all the concepts which we have seen in these days are very, very important. Okay, so they are very much enough in order to develop any kind of application. Okay, so these are the things which you have to remember. Okay, but one more thing is there in order to develop any real-time application that will be again related to the server itself. Okay, you have seen that if you are having that Facebook application, if you are opening that Facebook application, you are scrolling on the feeds, and if someone has commented on your photo, then at the same time you will have a notification on that website only. Have you seen that thing?
We'll get notification.
Yes. If someone has sent a message, then at the same time, if server has a message for you, then at the same time your website is going to show you notification that this person has messaged you or you have received a message. How that thing is actually happening? So do we need to refresh our application again and again? Yes or no?
No, we are not refreshing again and again application.
Exactly. So because there is one direct connection between your client and server. If something happens on the server, server will send an event on the client and the client will respond to that event. Okay. Like for example, there are two clients. They are just chatting with each other. Let's say.
सर आपने स्टार्टिंग ही इधर से किया था इंस्टाग्राम से कम आपने बताया था स्टार्टिंग में एग्जांपल कि कमेंट करते हैं ना
Exactly. So at that same moment, other person is able to see that comment. You're not required to reload your website, right? So ये चीजें काम कर कैसे रही? आपका जो एक क्लाइंट होगा, लेट्स से एक पर्सन था अनुज एंड एक पर्सन था लेट्स से रोहन. अनुज ने किसी पोस्ट पे कमेंट लिखा, वो कमेंट गया सर्वर पे, तो रोहन के ऐप पे वो अपडेट कैसे आएगा? रोहन क्या अनुज इसको फोन करके बोलेगा दैट प्लीज रिफ्रेश योर एप्लीकेशन? Is it so?
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
Your server will send an event because whenever Anuj client is writing a comment, that comment will be stored on the server. This means something has happened on the server. Okay. Then at the same moment, that server will make a live connection with that Rohan's client or any device client. Okay. And that server will send an event like something has happened, and at the same event, that event has been sent by the server. Okay, so server will send an event onto this Rohan's client onto any device client, and that device will trigger a network request, and that network request will fetch a new comment and it will display that. Okay, so in any real-time application, what will happen? If you are having any updates on the server side, then you also have to update that on client side. So since as of now, we haven't implemented that functionality. Okay, we are just only fetching data one time, and upon the user interaction, we are fetching some new data. But if some data has been updated or changed on the server side, your client has to be updated. So we have to create a live connection between client and server. If something happens on the server, then client needs that update. Okay, so that client will continuously listen to that server connection. If something has happened on the server, then we have to make changes on the client also. Okay, let's say you are building an application of school. Okay, let's say you are building a school management application. Okay, so let's say there is one admin. Okay, admin 1 and there is one admin 2. Admin 1 is just registering all the students. So this means admin 1 will work with a form. Okay, and this admin 2 will view all the students. So it will work with a component like students list. So this form will have some input fields in which admin will fill some students data, and this admin 2 is viewing all the data in this component students list. This means this is having one HTML table. Okay, so the students list will have a HTML table in which we have to display all the students. When admin 1 will submit the data, where the data will be stored? Yes.
Database.
Yes. And where the database is present on the server side?
Server.
Actually, so your database will be there inside your server. Okay, so now admin 1 will fill data inside a form and he will hit a submit button, and onto that submit button the data will be stored inside your server. Okay, now at the same moment, don't you think that student list should be updated? And this admin 2 or this admin 2 should have to refresh. What do you think? What kind of experience we want to give to this admin 2? Yes, please come up with your answer. When admin 1 has registered one student, does admin 2 need to refresh that web page?
No, admin 2 will
No,
remain
sir.
constant and student list will update.
Exactly. So how this thing will happen? Because if you are using React only, see in React also, if you are writing one component which is students list, in component did mount, you are sending one network request and you will have data of all the student displayed into that component. But what if something has been updated on the server side? At the same moment, your client should display that data. Okay, so client should take suitable actions. So for that purpose, by default, your React application is not going to reload that data. Okay, at that same moment, your React application is not going to load that data because this second component, which is student list, has nothing to do with this first component. Okay, these are the two separate components. So how this component is will how this component will get an information like something has happened on the server side. So these or this whole application will make a live connection with the server. Okay, and if some event has been fired on the server, every component will get an update. Okay, so in any real-time case, you have to implement this functionality. Okay, so in any real-time case, you will be using this SSE concept. Okay, let me show you about this SSE concept, what actually it is. See, server sent events. You have to use this real-time data streaming using server sent events. This is the actual thing which you have to implement. Okay. So the server sent events concept will continuously look at the server. Is there any change or not? Is there any change or not? If there is some event has been occurred on the server side, then your client will get an update, and based on that update, your client is going to take some actions. Okay, so this is the thing which I would request you guys to explore about the SSE, server sent events. Any real-time application is using this along with the React application to send a network request. They are using this SSE concept. Okay, and one more thing is there for lazy loading, which I have shown you with the help of shimmer effect. I have told you that we have to display the shimmer effect. Okay, meanwhile data is loading, just display some placeholders with the shimmer effect. Okay, so lazy loading with shimmer effect. So if you are exploring these concepts, after you are done exploring these concepts, then definitely you can develop any kind of real-time application you want. Okay, so these are the concepts which are going to fulfill your requirement in order to develop any real-time application. But yes, one more thing will be there, is the TypeScript. Meanwhile, after developing a project by yourself, after understanding the React applications concept, just go with the concept of TypeScript, okay, and implement your complete application with the TypeScript. Okay. This means React project with TypeScript just to have type safety. Okay, so you can have an hands-on on these concepts after completing these things which we have seen in the course. Okay. So I will send you this entire file and the project, and then you will definitely be able to read or to able to work on these elements. Okay. Okay. So is it clear to all of you?
Sir, what about CC exams? Means we have to.
Yeah, when if your exam is consideration, then this means you will be asked all of the things which we have seen inside this course. Like we have seen Ajax, promises, and we have seen callback function. They can ask about the promises concept, about the callback functions and all. Okay, so you can be asked any type of question which we have from the concept which we have seen during this entire course. Okay, you may be asked any question. Okay.
Sir, any reference notes for that, sir?
I'm not having any reference notes. Either you can refer to any website like Geeks for Geeks or Java Tea Point or Tutorials Point, or you can refer to some YouTube videos. Or in order to prepare for interview, you can search like JavaScript interview questions, or one thing will be there like on YouTube, just search for JavaScript interviews. There are some live interview videos, so there you will get an experience that what level you are having. Okay. See?
Sir, which YouTube channels means you prefer?
See, there are lots of channels, but I can show you some of the things. Like let me open YouTube. Yes, you can refer to this Code with Harry, and one more channel which I am searching. Yes, it may this code step by step. Okay, or either you can go with this Thapa technical also if you want. Okay, but these are the two YouTube channels which I prefer: Code with Harry and this code step by step. Okay, and it is not like that you have to go with these videos only. If you want, you can watch any YouTube video channel. Okay, but these are the few creators that are having good content in their videos.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So it has been an awesome journey with you guys. I hope the same thing from you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, a roller coaster ride, you will remember it in whole life.
यस सर. सर आपको कितने इयर्स का एक्सपीरियंस है टीचिंग का?
मैं अराउंड हाँ मैं 2015 से हूँ टीचिंग डोमेन में, इवन इन आईटी डोमेन.
अच्छा.
स्टार्टिंग ही टीचिंग से किया था.
और सर आपने यही किया मतलब वेब टेक्नोलॉजी?
एक्चुअली मैंने वेब टेक्नोलॉजी ऐसे ही मैंने खुद से सीखा है सारी चीजें. चलिए मैं बीटेक ग्रेजुएट हूँ. मैं 2014 में मैंने कॉलेज ज्वाइन किया था फर्स्ट ईयर. एंड राइट स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम 2015 सिंस माय सेकंड ईयर ऑफ बीटेक I have implemented these all technologies like C, C++, Java, and Android development, like PHP, Python technology, and this React and Node.js things.
अच्छा सर इंदौर में?
Yes, Indore. Anyone is from Indore or Madhya Pradesh?
Yes sir, yes sir, I'm from Hoshangabad.
Okay. Anyone from Indore?
But सर एक्चुअली मेरा घर भी है इंदौर में, रघुवंशी कॉलोनी में.
Okay, great, great.
पहले सर है सर वहाँ पे अभी?
शैलेश सर अभी तो नहीं.
मुंबई.
शैलेश सर आपका सेशन नहीं है कुछ दिन बाद, शायद आपका जावा एडवांस स्टार्ट होगा तब, राइट?
Yes, data structure. Data
सर इंदौर
structure.
में सर इंदौर में कहाँ है आपका इंस्टीट्यूट जहाँ से आप ये थी?
इंदौर में यूनिवर्सल है इंस्टीट्यूट भंवर कुआ पे. भंवर कुआ
अच्छा भंवर कुआ पे. हाँ 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 सर पता है
भंवर कुआ पे ही है यूनिवर्सल.
उज्जैन में रहते हैं सर आप?
हाँ
उज्जैन इंदौर का
उज्जैन में भी. उज्जैन से है कोई?
नहीं सर. नयन.
No sir, talking about your session, initially we have learned HTML CSS. That was a little bit easy topic, but afterward that big topic.
Everything in HTML and CSS is easy. Problem start with JavaScript and
yeah.
After
JavaScript
Node.js.
also from
After
the
Express
callback
framework.
function promises and
After Node.js.
yes.
And in that little amount of time, to grab that concept, it is very difficult to grab
Yes.
that little amount of time.
Yes, yes.
After the Node.js, sir, that's what little bit.
Not digestible.
So it has been very great. आप लोगों ने इतना जल्दी सारे कॉन्सेप्ट को ग्रास्प कर लिया. कितने
अभी तक नहीं किया सर. अभी बस जान लिया सब. We need to work on that.
And with time definitely you will be able to work. मतलब कंसिस्टेंसी रखना. ये मत करना कि आज कोर्स खत्म हो रहा है तो we will leave this thing. Okay, consistency matters.
सर बट जैसे आपने वो न्यूज और वेदर का सिखाया ना, वैसे यूट्यूब चैनल पे नहीं मिलेगा सीखना स्टेप बाय स्टेप. आपने अच्छा सिखाया मतलब यूट्यूब चैनल पे. हाँ
YouTube पे बट YouTube पे है कुछ वीडियोस बट उनमें ना सर्वर भी इम्प्लीमेंटेड मिलेगा इन एक्सप्रेस. If you want, I can show you that thing. Let me share my screen. There is one complete e-commerce application like MERN Stack Complete project. They are having this complete e-commerce application. See this video of 15 hours. Okay, this has been implemented by React, Redux, Express, Node, and MongoDB. Okay, so if you want to learn these technologies also like Express and MongoDB and Node to develop a server of yourself, then you must explore this video. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So we have implemented all of this in our project also.
Yes,
Instead
but
of
we
we
haven't implemented Express MongoDB. This means we haven't created our own server.
Yes, we have used that Axio, right?
Yes. We have just sent a request on some another server.
Yes.
So okay, so thank you guys. मेरा number आप लोगों के पास है ही. If you want to ask
Yes,
any doubt, then you can definitely call me anytime. 24/7 I will be available. Okay. So
Okay, sir. Thank you.
if I'm not picking up the call, then
Yes,
just
sir.
simply leave your text message, okay, and just give a reference like I'm from CTech batch. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir. It
Thank you,
was
sir.
all wonderful
Thank you,
session.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir,
Thank
for
you, sir.
wonderful classes.
Okay.